Hello everybody and welcome to a very special Saints game day, as today is Sakura Anime Fest here in the Nexus. So I'm doing at least a little bit of a cosplay. I brought my Zoro swords and it's
Looking
gonna
good.
be a fun time. Thanks, you're looking good as well. Cosplaying a man on vacation, a man in Hawaii, enjoying
From Hawaii.
the tropical breeze. Lovely tropical shirt. But nonetheless, we're gonna get right into this. We have a lot of good games on store today. But before we get into that, let's do some introductions. Once again, I'm Matthias, also known as Moth-Eyes, and I'm joined by Theo the Holy Juan.
It's a beautiful day today. Said weather, thankfully, is nice as well. So a great day on the Saints campus. But let's talk about our games today. Speaking of Hawaii in Overwatch and OWCC Swiss rounds, our Saints have been perfect so far. They're going to be taking on University Hawaii here in their third round, I believe. So they're going to be a pretty big favorite. I would like to say they've been looking very strong. Roster's been switching up here and there, but I think they've put it together now at the end of the season to have their best lineup. They should have a good chance going into this. I'm expecting a 3-0, maybe a 3-1 if things go wrong.
Yeah, especially in Swiss, they seem to excel. They love just getting the rush against a new opponent.
By the way, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So these should go pretty quick.
Yeah, this should go
so
quick.
might have a little bit of wait there, but nonetheless, following that, we're gonna have cLoL, and that one's gonna be anything but quick. This is looking to be a very big match against Western. Saints and cLoL have had a flawless run, and Western has had a near flawless run, only losing out to HU Storm.
Yeah, two very, very strong teams at the top of their game. It's going to be a best-of-5 series. Could go all 5 games, so that's definitely going to be a big one to watch. Our Saints did clinch a spot to Orlando, so they're going to be playing Maryville over there. That's going to be a tough matchup, but I think this Western game is a really, really good game to kind of prepare for that Western, a very strong opponent. So I think we're going to see some interesting tactics here from the Saints and just see them play the best of their game.
Yeah, they're going to be pushed to the limit here, and I'm excited to see how they deal with that. We'll have the draft, probably after Overwatch, but
yeah.
I would guess this is probably going to go in the Saints' favor. I think they're going to take this one.
I hope so too. I mean, they've been looking really strong as of late. They were able to 2-0 Harrisburg a couple days ago, and Harrisburg, a very, very strong team. So I think the teams has very good morale right now. I've been talking to the guys. They're feeling great. So I think they're going to be very locked in for the game today and going to look to win the series.
And speaking of locked in, we're following that with another Overwatch game. We don't know the opponent yet, but that's going to be the extra round of Swiss after that. But then we're also going to have cVAL, and what a run the Saints have had in Valorant. I believe they're flawless, near flawless. They only lost against Northwood in this record, in this playoff season. So congrats to them. They're doing amazing right now, but they're not quite there at the finish line yet. They still have to play against Conestoga College.
Yeah, Conestoga, a pretty strong opponent, known to clash up against the Saints pretty often here in all titles. So Saints, as you said, have been nearly flawless. They're going to be looking to win this game convincingly, but Conestoga can definitely put up a good fight.
Yeah, definitely. But it's going to be a good fight. They're definitely going to have to make the Saints play very seriously. I would have to give the edge over to the Saints. They're looking very good. They've barely lost even a map, I believe, in NACE. They didn't lose a map up until the end. We just saw them lose their first map. So they're on a very, very strong win streak. But moving back, we reached the end of our games we're going to see later today. Let's move to our upcoming game, which is going to be Overwatch against the University of Hawaii. What comps do you think we're going to be seeing today?
I think we're going to see Winston a lot coming out from the Saints, Sojourn, Tracer, and then Kirko, Lucio. That's kind of been the staple they've been playing as of late, and I think Squeak might be on the Winston. So he's been playing that Winston a lot for a long time. He's known as a very strong Winston player, and if they can kind of play around him, I think Noxious is going to be on the Tracer, and Crime is going to be on the Sojourn, if I'm not mistaken, from what I've seen so far. It's going to be a great, I think it's a great meta for them if they're able to play Winston, because that's kind of where Squeak excels. But if we're going to see Tread in there, we might see a Ramacha or Narissa thrown in there.
Or we might see the surprise Doomfist.
Yeah, or the Doomfist.
Tread. But with all that said, I think that this is still going to go the Saints' way, as you said. I don't know what University of Hawaii is going to throw out against us.
Probably an Orisa-based comp.
Yeah, probably an Orisa-based comp is what we've been seeing lately. But with all that said, we're just going to wait to get into our first game. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Or maybe we'll keep talking here for a little bit longer. Maybe I was mistaken. But Why is Winston so good? Let's talk about the heroes. Let's break this down.
Well, Winston is good if it's in the right hands, and if Squeak's playing it, it is in the right hands. You have to know how to use your bubbles, especially against the Orisa that's so popular for basically every team. If you make one mistake on Winston, you get speared, you die. So you have to be careful with your placements, and you all have to be on the uh, same line of thought. Like you can't be having mixed thoughts, especially when you're playing dive. You all need to go on one target, get out, go back in, because if you mess up the first initial dive, it's going to be very hard. So you're going to have to see our Saints playing together today. They have to be locked in. They can't be miscomming. You have to have one person who says something, and everyone needs to follow. There can't be too much arguing, because Overwatch is not a game where you can waste too much time. So as long as everyone's on the same thought process, Winston can be a very strong pick.
So it's all about those decision-making skills
Yes.
and communication. They're going to put that to the test. And are people just running Orisa because it's strong? You have to be a little bit more loose with that.
Orisa just doesn't die. The character can just run around, take a lot of damage, use 2 abilities that makes her take no damage, get a cleanse, recycle so many more abilities into her. So you'll see sometimes Orisa's going to be low, and overcommit might come through to try and finish that kill off, but if that Kiriko cleanse comes out, she's going to be up to full HP by the time you blink, and then you use all your cooldowns. You can't really do anything to win the fight. You kind of get run over. So that's kind of the way you have to play into Orisa. You have to jump in with them, Winston, force out a lot of cooldowns. Hopefully they use something here and there, and then re-engage with your bubble again. That's kind of the way to play it. So you're not probably going to see too much just initial dives and instantly fight ends. You're going to see a bit of a longer like redive type of into Orisa. But if it's a similar matchup, you could just see both teams trying to assassinate the backline.
Yeah, it is very tough when you're trying to keep your back line up. And speaking of the back line, what do you think we're going to be seeing in the back line? You said Kiriko for the support.
Kiriko Lucio have been just staples in the meta right now, because Kiriko has a lot of mobility, has that wall climb, has that teleport, has the cleanse, so much sustain. And Lucio, same as him. Since the durability patch came out for Overwatch, he's been kind of a lock. Like you have to play Lucio because speed boost is so good, heal is so good. You can run around walls, which makes you harder to hit, and it's just having the mobility. Lucio's just I think he's a well-designed character. He's hard to play, but he has a high skill ceiling. So yeah, Lucio Kiriko is going to be probably the staple for both teams here.
And that's very good going with both of those comps, but especially the Winston comp. You can go very quickly onto these points, just trying to lock it down, get there before your opponent. Even you can throw on a Symmetra just to start things off and really get that extra speed boost to start things off, especially
that's what usually happens.
These first points. But with all that said, I think we've covered all of our points. So we're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes with our first Overwatch game. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're just about to get into our first game. And like we said, we're looking to see Winston, we're looking to see Orisa, and we're looking to see all those typical picks. But you know what I'm hoping to see? I'm hoping to see some Genji action. I'm kidding. I just had to because of the katana.
That is
but
the point.
maybe we'll see Genji. He's still decent, but you know, with Tracer and a few other DPS, Sojourn, they're the more typical picks. But here we are in game one.
Yeah, and it's going to be the lineup of Soaks, Noxious, Squeak, Crime, and Redix. University of Hawaii have Banana Lumpia, River God, Akamai, Small Left, and the Sojourn. And the Sojourn's going to get booped and taken down. Nice shots there from Soaks. The Saints have started this round off hot, getting the first cap, and they're going to be spawn camping here. University of Hawaii staggering them to Oblivion. It's a great start for the Saints, and as expected, they're looking dominant at the start of the map.
Yeah, they're looking very dominant, already getting at least 45% on the board. University of Hawaii just not finding a good opening here.
Yeah, they're going to be going in with the ult here. The Saints are. Reddick's going to take down the Cassidy. The Cleanse is going to be forced out by Nox. She's going to get the recall. Squeak's going to take out the Orisa. Crime going to take down Lucio. Saints yet again run through University of Hawaii. You can see they used that Kitsune rush early. They didn't want to give University of Hawaii a chance to use their ultimate, so they're doing a good job of playing far up the map, making sure University of Hawaii are struggling to get out of their spawn. Now it's going to be 4 ultimates to 4 ultimates here in this upcoming fight. Let's see who uses first. Crime is going to be popping that rail as Soaks is going to take down Banana Lumpia. Great start for the Saints again. University of Hawaii try and find something with a post bomb and the Kitsune rush, but nothing will be there. Saints still standing 5 strong as Squeak's going to be jumping on this Cassidy, trying to push him back all the way to spawn. The Tracer is on 1 HP. It's alongside the Cassidy. Everyone's going to be able to survive. The Orisa ult comes out into the spawn. Soaks gets taken down to 1 HP. Redix will fall down as maybe it's a bit University of Hawaii having a chance here, but they need to get on this point. Squeak trying to boop everyone away. 97% and counting. Lucio's going to try to get it. He will get the touch. He will fall instantly to Crime, though. Didn't use that beat drop this round. Squeak going to be able to survive, pick up that Mega downstairs as Saints going to look to regroup here. Squeak now going back into the backline. Kiriko forced to TP onto the point. Going to be all on their lonesome. Squeak's going to try to pick that one up. Noxian's going to be picking up the Cassidy as well, as it's a very good fight for the Saints. Small left going to drop as Saints play cleanup as they take the first round.
Yeah, there's a sound barrier committed by the Lucio. He just wants to stall this out for as long as he can, but he eventually goes down. There's only one more close by, but the Tracer unable to touch. That is going to give the map over to the Saints, or the first point here.
That's a great start for the Saints. They play that dive composition to perfection. I don't even think they dropped one person that entire round. I think Redix might have died once, but a great round for them. Executed it perfect. You see Squeak jumping in and out, definitely confusing the backline of Hawaii, and that's the perfect way to play that Winston. A great round for the Saints to start.
Yeah, you just gotta try and use the psychological warfare of just a big beast with a railgun jumping on you. You just have to use that to full effect, and that is what the Saints have done here. And they're looking to continue this win streak here as we see Small Left on the side of University of Hawaii switching over to the Winston himself, trying to capture some of that Squeak magic.
Echo is an interesting pick, strong in the right hands, but a very hard character to play. So University of Hawaii throwing a bit of a curveball at the Saints. We'll see if they're ready for it. Squeak going to be taking some space here. Nothing too crazy going on just yet. Small left going to try and go in the backline, but going to jump out as well. Just trying to base something out. Taking out to half HP. Redix has to be careful. Very low HP on the Kiriko, but a beautiful shot by Crime. Picks up the Echo, and now that's the trigger to pull for the Saints. Small left taken down so low. Forced to back out, but the Kiriko TP right on top of him. Such low health bars here for University of Hawaii. Saints need to be careful not to overextend and get booped off the map here, but they're going to be able to take down a couple of Saints. Just looking to run away with this one. University of Hawaii dropping like flies. There's the Kiriko using the cleanse, but will stagger just a little bit. Tracer has to be careful not to die here. That would be a tragic death, but still a great first fight for the Saints.
Yeah, an amazing first fight for the Saints, and they're just continuing to hold pace here. Just looking at the ult come on to here. Noxious almost has Paul's. Soaks still just about to break that sound barrier, and Squeak also at 70% or so. They're looking very good going into this next fight. but University of Hawaii going to try and just get in on the back line, get the Tracer very, very low, unable to commit it. Wow! The DPS take down Squeak and Crime. He's going to take down one in return. Akai going to get Crime as well. And now it looks like the point's going to flip as the Saints are just being taken down one by one. And that is an amazing push by University of Hawaii.
You see the power. Oh, let's see if we can hit some dodgeball here, trying to avoid the cars. Noxious is able to do so still. Wasting a lot of time here, but gonna stagger out, so not the best in the end, but that's okay. That was a great fight for the University of Hawaii. You could see the power of that Echo. She was able to beam down that Winston from half health and below. That beam just does so much damage, so that's a great fight for University of Hawaii. But now we're gonna have a fight with a lot of ultimates. Redix, Squeak, and Soak's gonna have those, but Crime gonna fall down early. A beautiful dive coordinated yet again from University of Hawaii still. Squeak's able to find the trade on the Echoes. Redix taken down to 1 HP. Has to be very, very careful. He will be able to stay alive, and he's gonna pick up the Tracer. The beat drop comes out from Soaks as Saint's gonna look to clean this one up. Lucio 1 HP. Can Squeak find the snipe? Yes, he does. Noxious gonna find one as well. The Kirikos are traded out. Saints take the fight again in pretty good fashion.
You can just tell University of Hawaii can stay competitive here. They can flip the point, but the Saints just do it that much easier. Just comes on a little bit more naturally here. And right now, looks like University of Hawaii is going to make a big push as we see the Kitsune Rush be committed. There's a lot of ults on the board, and I think we're going to see him right here. Small left going in, gets the DPS there. Redix is going to go down. Now he's also going to go in on the Sojourn. We see the copy ability come out from Monger here. Do so much damage here, and the Saints have no choice but to back off with other support DPS.
Maybe a bit of an overcommit here with this Echo ultimate. Nox is actually going to find a kill onto the Tracer. That's a great start. If Saints want to look to recontest quickly, Squeak though is going to be on 1 HP. Will anyone be able to heal up? That was a huge cleanse coming out as he's going to get hit by a car, I think, as Kiriko is going to get the credit for the last kill. Saints kind of staggering here in and out. University of Hawaii going to force themselves to beat here, even though they were up the main tank. A very, very interesting decision for them, as they're going to be able to maintain, hold the point. They should be able to have this one with peace, but that's a big ultimate used by University of Hawaii. They're only down to a couple ultimates here. Crime and Nox is going to have to go massive here with these DPS ultimates.
Yeah, if they can just stall this one out a little bit longer, man, that's why they committed the ultimate early. But there it is, another ultimate, the overclock on Crime's side, where the sticky goes through. Akamai going to take down Crime. Noxious going to take down River God. And now, such a low tank. Can they take him down? No, he pops the ult. He's going to stay up, but Redix and Noxious going to find 2 more. Now Squeak going to take out another one, and the capture is going to come through for the Saints. 69% and ticking. But now there's a monkey duel happening here on the point. Who will win? I believe this is going to be Squeak, as he has his team to back him up.
That was a great engage from University of Hawaii. They got a kill early, but somehow both of their supports just able to get caught out. Noxious with a great one clip there on the Kiriko, kind of gave the fight over towards the side of the Saints, and now they're going to have the ultimate advantage. River God has to be careful not to fall down. The only way University of Hawaii can win this is he gets that Kitsune Rush, but Squeak knows that as well. He's going to instantly take out the Kiriko as the last fight's going to begin in just a couple of seconds. 90% and ticking. Someone from the side of University of Hawaii has to touch the point. You can see Crime is on the Sombra. Just gonna hack whoever tries to touch the point here. It's gonna be the Winston jumping in now. Can they find a kill early? Gonna have to break that bubble, but a beautiful pulse bomb from Noxious. Saints gonna be up a tank to start off this fight. Can they find anything more? Crime gonna look to take out the Echo here on the Sombra. Gonna get up on the high ground. The copy comes through. Squeak takes down Akamai as a lot of low health bars for University of Hawaii. That Lucio struggling to stay alive. Echo is gonna get taken down to 1 HP. Crime finds the final blow there as Saints gonna look to try and clean up the point here. Redix gonna find one. Find a second on that Kiriko, and that should be all she wrote. Saints take the first map 2-0.
What a showing from the Saints. They played that one impeccably well, and now going into the next one, I'm excited to see what they do. But let's take a look at the play of the game before we do that.
And it's going to be actually small left on the side of University of Hawaii. They were able to win a few fights here and there. You could see they take down Redix early. I think they get Crime here as well. So it was kind of, this was just a great team play coming out from University of Hawaii. They got a couple picks, but they kind of maybe overcommitted towards the end of that fight, and that could have been the big momentum swinger in that round. So still, strong round, second round there from University of Hawaii. So Saints definitely can't get too comfortable here on Eichenwald. You could see they kind of, against that Echo, struggle a little bit more. So I think we might see that again coming out from University of Hawaii. But on the Winston-based comps, it looks like Saints have the upper hand.
Yeah, the Saints definitely have an upper hand, especially in these point game modes. They just know how to get there first, lock it down, and they play the retake very well as well. But Going into Eichenwald, you said the Echo might come into effect for University of Hawaii. How do you think that's going to affect them?
I mean, from what we just saw, it went way better than the caster they were playing in the first round. The Echo beamed down a couple early picks, and that was kind of a big reason to why University of Hawaii even had a chance in that second round to begin with. So that's the main reason. I think we might see the same comp coming out from the Saints. I don't think they really need to change up anything, but maybe they're going to get a bit overconfident, whip out some wacky picks, so maybe the Genji comes out. But we'll see. We'll see soon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're going to pick. But with all that said, we're going to throw it to a very short break. We'll be right back with Map 2 on Eichenwald. All right, hello everybody and welcome back. We're just about to get into Map 2, Eichenwald, a payload map, a little bit different from these checkpoints. Sometimes they can go much longer, but just as they could go much longer, they can also go pretty short as long as they hold that first point.
Yeah, it could be in for a 20-minute game, could be in for a 5-minute game, but hopefully it's a longer one. I want to see a bit of a competitive series. You know, University of Hawaii showing some signs of life as we take a look back at the game. It's going to be Saints with the same comp, except they're going to switch out to Sojourn for the Cassidy, maybe expecting the Echo from University of Hawaii, and Hawaii is going to be on the exact same comp as they look to get the push in, but Crime is going to find the opening pick on the Echo. That counter pick working out so well for them in the early going. They're going to get a lot of time off the clock here with really a team fight. A minute's going to be gone here before University of Hawaii can really make a push again as Saints start off hot on map 2.
Yeah, they're starting off with a very strong hold here. Crime, always lethal on this Cassidy, but also small left, pretty lethal on this Winston. Pushing up very far, but forced to go out as Crime takes down one. Both DPSs get the trades, and Noxious finds another, and now Banana gonna go try and go back with his tank. That is gonna be a nice team kill from the Saints to start things off.
Noxious and Crime just so deadly on this DPS duo. They're the only ones popped up in the kill feeders. They're able to find these early picks, these final blows. That's really what you need your DPS to do, and they're doing it perfectly so far. Now Noxious is gonna have the post bomb, has to be careful here. He's getting marked out by a lot of people. Squeak's gonna throw down his bubble as well as Noxious. Gonna be forced to cleanse on him. Now Saints gonna be down that big cooldown to start this fight. Let's see if Noxious can find a big post bomb. Kiriko used that TP early, but he's gonna take down Redix immediately. Small left though, taken down, so Saints still have a fighting chance. This Echo Orange Speed, nice blink melee there from Noxious. Gonna be forced to recall, gonna look to try and pick up that Kiriko, and just having that pressure on that Kiriko makes so much time. If she's not healing the team's gonna drop, and there goes the Tracer. Kiriko and Lucio both on 1 HP will go down as well, as Saints able to hold on yet again.
Yeah, the Saints holding on very well. Usually this point goes relatively quickly, but they're doing an amazing job at holding them off. Haven't gotten any progress so far, but just one good push, and Hawaii will be able to cap this point.
And they used that Kitsune Rush last fight. That's going to be a huge overinvestment for them that didn't work out. Now Saints going to have a Kitsune Rush of their own, and there it is popped. You can see Saints trying to go first again, not giving any room for University of Hawaii to take anything. Red's going to find a pick. That's a huge post bomb. Going to take the rest of the team down to low HP. Crime going to find one. Soak's picking up one. Noxious gonna find one as all the team members finding a pick for themselves. Saints just picking apart University of Hawaii as now they're gonna have 4 ultimates. This can be very, very favored for them. But if Saints can play perfectly, they can maybe stop this one.
But demanding perfection is always a tall order, even from the Saints.
Yeah.
Especially with University having 4 ults on the board, looking to be 5 very soon. As long as they can commit them and use them well, this should be a guaranteed flip for the point. As we see Monger is going in with the rest of his team, prepping the copy, trying to shake up the aggro to get them turned back, and he does. Now Squeak goes in, finds one, gets the trade. Come on, gonna take down Crime. Squeak gonna commit the ult there, gonna get find 1, find 2. He's gonna go back to the site and try and clear it out for his team. With the copy coming out, he's gonna take a lot of damage, and the pulse bomb takes him down. And now it looks like the point might flip over for University of Hawaii as they get 1 bar, looking to make that 2. There's a sound barrier also from Hawaii as Guckmonger gets another, and Noxious gonna get one right back. But with no tank in sight, the Saints are going to have a rough time retaking.
I mean, Squeak is back on the Doomfist. Crime gonna look for a shot here, but it's at like 95%, 96%, so Saints can get off the point here. University of Hawaii, such low HPs that Lucio almost going down, but they're gonna have the Kitsune Rush. Now they have the big advantage in this fight. Squeak has no more cooldowns, will get the cleanse, so maybe he's gonna be able to block up again, but Crime goes down early. That's a lot of damage gone for the Saints. Reddick's gonna fall alongside Soaks. Noxious gonna find a double kill on the post bomb. Kiriko using that cleanse. Can Squeak find anything? No, he won't be able to. It's gonna be just Noxious in the 1v3. He will be forced to back out. He tried to find some heroics there, but Saints gonna be dropping that one still. A lot of ultimates for some University of Hawaii, but now both teams clean slate, no ultimates, and now it's gonna be made the best team win.
Yeah, this is it. This is the stretch where you need to take it all the way to that checkpoint here. It's the final choke for the Saints to try and hold this one down. Let's see if they're able to stall it out. They're being very aggressive, pushing up very far. There's a Kitsune Rush, and there is Soaks going in, taking out 1 with Red X. And the rest of them are flooding in through this Kitsune Rush, keeping the tank alive, just barely. Squeak and Crime going to clean up 2. And now, with all of them healthy, they're going to get a near team kill, leaving only 1 remaining.
And this point is so hard to push. The high ground for the defense is so strong. By the time that Winston dives up there, he's half HP. By the time the rest of the team can come up, it's going to be very hard for them to push through here. But you can see Saints playing very aggressively. They want to hold this corner. Also a very strong corner to hold because Winston can just stay alive alongside Kiriko. Noxious going to actually pick up the Kiriko very early on. Post bomb misses through. Lucio's going to be taken down as well. As that's both healers dead for side of University of Hawaii. They should be able to chase down the Winston here as well alongside the Echo. Nice staggers coming out from Squeak. And that's going to be a clean 5-0 team wipe for the Saints.
Yeah, the Saints looking very good so far. Sure, the cart, they got the first point, but this cart is not making any progression whatsoever. And now, looks like University of Hawaii is going to go for a headstrong strat, go in, commit the Winston ult just to move the progress because you want that door to close. You don't want the Saints to have another area to approach from. Squeak going in the backline, finding 1. Gonna find another. There's a pulse bomb from Noxious. Not gonna get a kill, but gonna do some damage. Now he's gonna swap back over. Try and keep them stuck in the spawn.
This Noxious Squeak duo on the Winston Tracer has been absolutely decimating University of Hawaii. River God just struggling to play anything, and then Crime's just sitting in the backline of Sojourn, free firing what it feels like. They're gonna be in their spawn, knocking them around. Crime gonna find the opening pick. Small left gonna drop as well. Kiriko gonna be taking out 2 HP, but gonna TP back into spawn as Squeak is gonna be right above them. Yet again, he's just waiting for them to exit out the spawn and gonna drop on them immediately. The Hanzo comes out for University of Hawaii. They try to find maybe a pick there. Squeak taking down to 1 HP. The cleanse comes out. The ultimate comes out from Crime here. Can he find any shots? The Winston can be taken down to 1 HP. Should be able to find the kill here. 1 more shot will do it. He finds a Redix, does fall, but Soaks picks up 1.
Wow.
Crime, beautiful headshot there. Does get taken out by River God. Noxious gonna be to find 1. It's gonna be just the Kiriko. Beautiful blink melee from him there. Saints gonna be able to full hold them here on the second point. They don't need to make too much room to win this map.
No, they just need to cap the point, move the payload a little bit further out of spawn, and that is looking to be a win for the Saints. It's all up to University of Hawaii to have an impeccable defense here. They're going to have to defend it even better than the Saints did, because I know once the Saints capture that payload, they're not going to let it go stop.
Yeah, I mean, you saw University of Hawaii. The only fight they really won was when they had that 4-1 ultimate advantage. But in the neutral fights, seems like Saints were just a step ahead of them. Noxious and Squeak just able to get on that Kiriko. It feels like every single fight, forcing out the TP and then just diving on her again. It seems like University of Hawaii just have no real answer for that. They're trying to trade the backlines a little bit, but Saints able to just play the sustain game a little bit better, and they're just coming out on top.
Just playing that much better and that much more in line with their team. Like you said, these Winston comps, you need the calls, you need the communication, and you need the correct direction. And the Saints are just doing that. All of that in spades so far. But looking at University of Hawaii, looks like they're going to go for the same comp, but also running that Echo.
I'm surprised University of Hawaii haven't opted to maybe switch up their team composition a little bit. They've struggled on the dive against the Saints. They've just been outclassed a little bit, so maybe an Orisa-based comp wouldn't be too bad, but it looks like they're going to try and match fire with fire. Let's see if they can compete with the Saints here on defense. Tracer playing very, very aggressively, but going to get out early. Let's see how Saints decide to start off this fight. Echo gonna do a lot of damage to Crime here. The heals are gonna be there coming up from Redix. I'm gonna go for an off angle on that Kiriko. Gonna do a good amount of damage there as they're taking the high ground here. Good space taken by Saints. Winston forced to jump away from the side of University of Hawaii as Tracer behind. Is gonna get forced out. Gets Crime down to 1 HP, but might have overcommitted for that one. And Crime's gonna find the opening pick onto the Tracer. Beautiful tracking there by Noxious. Almost take down the Echo. Will be able to stay alive, but forces them all back as Noxious finally will be able to find that one. Crime gonna be able to find loose, so you can see the DPS of the Saints just doing all the work for them, and just like that, they're gonna be able to cap the first point.
Within a single push, the Saints are already in a position that it took University of Hawaii to get in 3 minutes. Now, you can tell the pressure is on, the pressure's mounting. Hawaii not looking too great. They need to push up very far to guard this, but they're already being pushed back by the Saints. Sure, the Tracer's on the back line. Maybe he can find a kill here, but he can't as Crime shuts him down. And now, with the Saints slowly but surely encroaching on this game-winning payload point, things are looking very, very dire for Hawaii.
Yeah, Squeak gonna find the Echo there. River God will have the Kitsune Rush, but is it going to make a difference? Just a Winston on the point. Reddick's going to fall down in the 1v1, but this should be the cap coming through. Tracer going to try and touch. Does fall down to Soak. So Rigard going to use that Kitsune Rush. He's going to drop down, use a cleanse, but that is going to be the map. Saints very, very dominant to a victory as they're going to be able to come out on top ahead of University of Hawaii.
Yeah, great showing all around from the Saints, but I'm wondering who got play this game. There's a lot of good plays there. Soaks, yeah, Soaks did do very well this game. He got a lot of key kills, and he also played the support impeccably. I mean, look at that movement, getting 1-2, keeping everybody up, playing the support to pure perfection.
Yeah, that was a great play. I think just great play overall from everyone on Saints. I don't think there was just one standout player. I think as a team, they played that map really, really well. All 5 members played a big role to why they were so dominant. So they have another match, as you said, at 3:30. We don't know the opponents just yet, but they're looking in very good form and going to look to continue their winning ways going.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Overwatch, just for a short little while until we figure out our next opponent. But coming up very soon is going to be cLoL against Western. And that is looking to be a very, very interesting match. Western, a very well-renowned school, especially in League of Legends. They are just right up there with the Saints. So I'm excited to see how that one shakes up.
Yeah, as you said, it's going to be a banger. We still have a good amount of time, but you already know players are getting ready. They're locked in. They're probably talking about a draft and, you know, all the League of Legends stuff that you need to talk about. But it's a very important matchup, and I think both teams are taking it very seriously.
Yeah, and while we're getting ready for that next exciting match, we're going to throw it right over to a quick break, but we'll be right back as soon as the draft's ready.
したって
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Here we are, St. Clair Saints versus Western University here in the cLoL playoffs. And we've just started the drafts, mainly bans, and we already see Ari first pick.
Yeah, let's talk about the bans really quickly. Saints can be on blue side here to start off. Western red side. They banned out Jace, Aurelion Sol, and Aphelios Western, choosing to ban out Azir, Olaf, and Annie. So targeting Bakery Boy and Ricky. They don't want them on their comfort picks here, as they're gonna first pick Ari. Bakery Boy playing very well on that one last time out against Harrisburg. So he's been playing very well as of late, Bakery Boy, and he's getting these comfort picks that he's good on. So the Silas is going to be picked up first for Western alongside the Zeri. They're going for a bit of a shorter ranged comp here. So let's see if the Saints choose to pick something that can kind of disengage and play with the range.
Yeah, very shake you down comp. Just go all in, lock you down. But like you were saying, the Ari, a very strong pick, especially right now with the Malignance item. It's such a strong item. And already we're seeing a few more picks on the side of St. Clair. We're seeing the Volibear be committed by Maddie, and we're going to see the Nautilus picked up as well. Of course, Volibear could be top, but we've just been seeing Maddie play that Volibear jungle.
Yeah, Maddie has seemed to master this Volibear. He's been playing very well on there as well. It's going to be the Nautilus, a pretty standard pick into Zeri because you can just ult her and she's going to be knocked up because Zeri champ, very hard to hit, especially late into the game. It's going to be a Sejuani, so a good jungle pick, I would say, alongside the Silas. Having that melee synergy alongside Sejuani's passive makes those ganks so much more dangerous, but it's going to be a pretty interesting first set of bans and picks here. The Silas is definitely not something I was expecting just instantly picked into the Ari, but you could see Western have their comfort picks as well, and they're going to be banning out the Jax. They didn't want Ricky on that top laner. Yone, very interesting ban because Sejuani, Yone, such good synergy, and they already have the AP damage with the Silas. A very good ban coming up from the Saints here. Yone can go both top and mid, so don't want to give that an order. And Renekton going to be banned out again. They really don't want to give Ricky any of his comfort picks. So Western are prioritizing some champs here, but Rockboom on the ADC role is also a very big threat. So he's going to have a variety of picks here into this area.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of options here into the Zeri. And there hasn't been any bans against Rockboom really on the side of Western. So we're going to see him maybe pick... Oh, I was going to say maybe pick Tristana, but I don't know about that into this comp.
It's okay.
It's all right. But they haven't banned all too much here. But I'm curious to see what the final picks on the side of Western are going to be. It's most likely going to be a top in the support picking next.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go for the Lulu variant. They need to keep this Zeri alive. I think with that Nautilus being picked up by the Saints, that's a good pick. She's going to need a lot of peel here, and I think Lulu could be a very good pickup. But Saints now might go for a bit of an interesting comp. Let's see what they decide to do in this ball lane. I know they've been playing that Caitlyn Lux every now and then, but in this game, could even be picked up. Let's see what they decide to do. 5 seconds. They're going to go for Kalista Renata from the look of things into the Zeri Lulu. Two very strong lanes. Well, actually, they have Nautilus. They can't go Kalista Renata.
Yeah.
But Kalista's still a champ that's very strong early on. Going to be able to go ahead, hopefully, in that early game. But Lulu is a good pick into Nautilus. Having that range support against the engage can let you win the lane in the very early stages. But the Kalista kind of negates that. And it's going to be looking like an Aatrox picked out from the Saints. They're going to have a power team fighting comp here with the Ari, Kalista, and Aatrox, but also they're going to have the early game priority for sure.
Yeah, the comp from the Saints is looking very good right now. You can tell that they're taking this as seriously as possible, and especially with the bans out from Western prioritizing just some more personal picks. They really opened up some of the more typical major picks that you usually see for the Saints.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Cassante picked up by Western. Pretty standard top laner. Sometimes he will be really OP. Other times he's also going to be really OP, but he's going to be very tanky later into that game. And into the low damage team comp of the Saints, they have damage like in burst, Ari, Kalista. They can just one-pop you in a blink of an eye alongside Aatrox. But in those longer team fights, if Kalista can't get a million daggers into Cassante, it's going to be pretty hard to take him down. So that's a good last pick here for Western. You have to wonder to yourself, will Saints lack damage later into the game with Kalista, or is she going to be far enough ahead to just carry the game? That's going to be, I think, the focal critical point here. If this Kalista can get in a good state early and get a couple kills, get those items going, and shred the tanks in the game, that's going to be the way to play. But if Western's tanks can get ahead and become really beefy, they're going to be very hard to kill.
Yeah, it's all going to matter on Maddie on this Volibear. It's up to him to try and open up this bot lane for as many possible advantages as you can, because you're just banking on this Kalista to be your DPS powerhouse going forward. But overall, if you had to give one team comp an edge over the other, which one would you give it to?
I would still go for the Saints because, I don't know, I think a big part of Western's comps rides on the Sylas. If the Sylas can put in work and play well, could give them the advantage. But from what I've seen from the Saints, Bakery Boy on the Ahri, Kalista on Rockboom, Maddie on the Volibear, they all have pretty good comfort picks. So I think if Saints are on top of their game, they should be taking the advantage here in Game 1.
Yeah, the Saints should be taking this game on. I'll have to agree with you. Going forward, though, things could look pretty dicey. But let's not put the cart before the horse here. We're just about to load into our next game, but we're going to throw it to a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be right back with Game 1. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're just about to start this game of St. Clair College versus Western University. We've went over the draft. We're seeing Invade coming out, and the Nautilus hook lands on the Zeri, and Lynx taking a lot of damage there, but I think he's going to be able to get out.
I don't think so. Miracle has the flash. If he might flash over this wall, try and get the kill, but they're going to opt to not use their summoners there. It's a great start, though, for the Saints. The fact that this Zeri doesn't have sums at level 1 makes her so much more vulnerable to death. That's a huge mistake there coming out from Lynx. And Saints having this strong bot lane, level 1, level 2, they're going to look to perma fight here. And the Zeri with no summoners has to be extremely cautious. So it's a great start to the game for the Saints.
Yeah, Zeri's very lucky that didn't end up turning into a death. The movement from Zeri definitely saved them there. So going forward, without summoner spells, it's not looking too good, though. This Kalista already off to a little bit of a head start.
And Miracle could have definitely ignited for the kill there, but I think he would rather keep it now for this part of the game, as that one kill would have been nice, but having it on your Nautilus and not having that ignite, it's not really the biggest difference, wouldn't change the scenario from what it is right now. So they're going to opt to keep that ignite. Now they're going to look to fight a level 1. The hook connects. Let's see if a Rock Boom can keep hitting. The hook kind of needs to come through onto the Zeri, not onto the Lulu, because the Zeri will just output a little bit too much damage in these 0 levels. But one more hook onto the Lulu here could be a kill, as Saints going to look for their level 2 timer here. A couple more minions needed, as it's good CSing from them so far. Bakery Boy going to have early advantage against the Silas as well. Clearing out the waves will be so much easier. Aatrox Cassante, a bit more of an even matchup. Probably not going to be too much action up there in the top lane, but it's going to be all on this bot lane. Can Rock Boom and Miracle find a kill onto Lynx here early? They're going to be trying to push out this wave. Miracle's definitely looking for a flash hook angle, but Lynx doing a good job of just staying even and not making any mistakes.
Yeah, they're playing near perfect right now, and already Ricky going in on this Cassante, trying to get the early damage in, and both laners here in the top and mid lane doing good damage on their opponents so far. Saints doing a good job of just staying patient, yet still putting on the pressure against Western. Western just really off to not a great start all around. Sure, their jungler is just as good as Maddie, but in every single lane, the Saints have an advantage somehow.
And Sejuani, you could see, is going to be bot lane first. Maddie just going to be finishing his full clear, but he's going to be level 4 to Crackdown's level 3. So if Saints can find maybe bait here in this bot lane, Maddie is here to answer the perfect time. They definitely can't dive. This Sejuani has been making sure that nothing crazy comes out for the Saints here. It looks like they're going to call off any too aggressive plays. They're going to take the Scuttle Crab, as maybe after that could be an angle. Sejuani still hovering here, as they know that the Saints want to dive this so bad, and this could go terribly for the Saints here if the Sejuani is here at the right time. Is Maddie going to be able to spot out the Sejuani? Yes, he will. That's going to be them calling off the play here. Maybe going to look for something here, but gonna have to get out here. Maddie has to be careful, but the Zeri actually gonna go in. Still, Saints don't want to fight that when the Silas is rotating over, but it looks like this Sejuani is forcing the fight here. Silas, beautiful flash chains, will find it onto one Rock Boom. Fails the flash, and he's gonna be going down as well. Disastrous coming out from the Saints here, as Western find the first 2 kills of the game.
And now, just with a little bit of patience and a little bit better positioning, Western University manages to take a solid lead here. And now, this bot lane looking to have a rough time going forward, as this Zeri has a firm advantage.
And Saints cannot take advantage of the Zeri level 1 invade. Now it's a very dire for the Saints here, but still the game is far from over. They're going to be down in the bot lane and in the jungle, but top lane, Ricky's still doing a decent job of staying in this lane, only down a few CS here. Rock, I'm going to pick up this huge wave. He's still going to be up on a CS, but XP is so crucial in the early game. He's going to be down about half a level so early on. You can see he's still level 3 compared to the Zeri's level 4. Maddie's just going to go back towards clearing out the camps. Thankfully, he did make it out with his life there, but Bakery Boy going to TP back to mid lane, going to clear out the wave as Ricky has to be careful here. Sejuani coming here on the gank. He has to dodge this Q3. Will he be able to do so? Cassante going to look for it here. He flashes it early. Cassante going to find the knockup. Ricky going to look for the 1v2. Can he get the trade back onto Cassante? No, Cassante lives on 1 HP. And nice dive there from Western as they take down Ricky.
Beautiful dive and beautiful plays all around, especially from that K'Sante, just escaping with a hair's left of HP. Now, Bakery Boy still here in the mid lane, doing a good job holding at bay on the Sylas, but overall, all the Saints struggling to get back in this thing. They're going to have to make a play for these objectives soon enough. This is what they need to get themselves back in the game. Once again, Maddie prepping this dive for bot.
And Ariel comes out. Let's see if they're able to lock down the Zeri still. She's going to be having that flash. A Miracle will go down. If they can kill the Zeri, it's good. Then they can maybe re-dive onto this Lulu. Almost going to take it down. Bakery does find it. Does get taken down. Now Maddie might go down here. Is Rockboom going to come help him out? Or is he going to try and push in the wave first? Maddie going to look to stay alive. But now Rockboom is in very, very dangerous territories here. Has to dodge out every single spell. Can he dodge out the chains here? Doing so much damage to the Sylas. But here comes the Sejuani. Rockboom is going to drop. It's just a matter of time, and another good fight for Western. A huge commit from the Saints, and it doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, it's not going to work out this time. Sure, they got 2 kills, but at what cost? And now Western still in an even firmer lead now, 2k gold ahead. Still no jungle objectives committed yet. I feel like that's going to change very soon as they are looking to prep for the next dragon.
Yeah, this should be a free dragon going over to the side of Western. Saints now too far behind to really force a fight, as they're going to have to rely on their mid-game macro, which is so good to come back into this game. Taking these early fights, it's not the end of the world because there's no real objectives to lose. No dragons, no void grubs have been taking this entire game. So Western are just willing to fight fire with fire, but the fact they've got no objectives is still very, very important. They're up almost 2k gold. So a very, very good start for them, but they don't have any big first item power spikes just yet, and maybe there might be another fight before this dragon.
I have a feeling that's going to be the case. Maddie's clearing. I think he's going to go for this dragon, try and force a fight up here in the bot lane. And now we're going to see up here in the top lane, there's a little bit of scuffle happening, but it's not going to amount to much. Got the wave pushed up. Maddie also committing this dragon. It's halfway down, and with Sejuani already in the top, going for the grubs, I think the Saints are going to be able to get this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, it's going to be a good Drake for the Saints. They have a pretty quick team comp, and you definitely don't want to be giving Western this Cloud Dragon, who have even more speed on their team with that Lulu Zeri, with that K'Sante, with the Ghost. So,
Sylas.
Yeah, Sylas. So many fast moving characters here for Western, the champions. They don't want to be giving that one over. They're going to trade out the 3 grubs. Side lane pressure, I think, is going to be pretty even. I think both solo laners for each side can maintain the push of the other. K'Sante and Aatrox will always be able to clear our waves and kind of chill. And then the fact is Ari has a couple of kills, even though the Sylas has a couple of kills as well, will allow her to clear our waves with relative ease. Look for the early rotates, look for maybe a dive bot again, but the Sejuani is going to be covering that ball lane. It's going to be another risky play for the Saints. They want to hard force this, but they have level 6 on this Volibear. No flash on the Zeri. This is a very good fight for the Saints, as they should be able to take out the Zeri in just a second. She's still on low HP, does get taken down. Miracle is going to get ulted by Rockboom, so he'll be able to stay alive as well. Bakery Boy has to be careful here against the Sylas. He will get caught up by the chains. The charm has to come out, has to hit onto the Sylas. Can they find the one-shot? The hook misses. Rockboom's forced to cleanse out. The Sejuani is going to look to take down Sejuani. Mira trying to do everything on this Sylas. Still not able to find a single kill. Not going to get a reset, but now gets a couple resets on the Ariel. Rockboom will get the shutdown on Sejuani. They should be able to take down the Sylas here as well. If Rockboom's picking that one up, that's going to be so many kills in his pocket. Quadra kill for Rocco there, as Saints come out huge in that team fight.
And just like that, the Saints now have that Kalista to play around, at least for a short while. As long as they play this right, they are back in this game. Now we're going to see up here in the top lane, the K'Sante going to move in closer at Ricky. It hasn't been going Ricky's way so far. He hasn't been able to deal with this K'Sante very well. Now it might just change right here. He's taking the duel, doing decent damage, chipping away. But K'Sante just a little bit too fast.
And now Western walking up a little bit too far. Miracle could have found the hook there. Would have been a kill for sure. You can see Rockboom has that Blade of the Rune King earlier. Bakery Boy going to get stunned up. Not going to be able to probably stay alive here. He has no flash. Beautiful setup there by Sejuani and the Sylas. The Sylas Mira has been playing great, but now Rockboom going to go aggressive here onto the Zeri. They have the item advantage. Can he find one Murado? Yes, he does. Should be able to pick up the Lulu as well. Nice double kill from the Saints, knowing their limits there. There's going to be a 1v1 in the top lane as well. Ricky and this K'Sante battling it out, but still. These two beefy tanks, it's going to be hard to find a solo kill either way.
It's going to be tough, and both of these champs want their ultimate to confirm the kill. So if it's on cooldown, they are going to have more of a slugfest, just back and forth, wailing on each other, taking turns, seeing who will fall first. There's the ultimate from Ricky. He's going to take him down low. He has him cornered too. Now just has to play this ring out around the Rosie a little bit better than him. He might be able to do it. He waits out the ult though. There's the ult from Cassante. I think it missed there.
Oh, the flash.
And he might be able to get this one. He commits the flash. He's 1 HP, one more hit away. Can he Q? No. Yes, he can. But there's the Cassante ult and it doesn't land. And unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be the car.
He's going to live.
Yeah, the Cassante getting out.
He needed to auto there. Instead, he went for the Q and was not able to pick up the kill. Anyway, back in the bot side, Miracle gonna look for a hook again onto this area, but it is on the ward, so Western do get out. You could see Saints now have the gold lead. They were down early, but up 100 gold. Oh, they're back in. Can they find the Lulu? This Lulu has a flash, but the Nautilus ult is going to hit Maddie. Overcommitting here onto this turret. This should be the kill going over. Can they find the kill onto this area as well? TP coming out from both sides. They're going to find the hook onto Zaya. She goes down. It's looking very good for the Saints. Silas has a shutdown on him. Can they take him down early? Yes, they do. Rockboom picks that one up. It's going to be Justice Sejuani, and Rockboom going to get another kill here in the ball lane. Now on 10 kills in a matter of a few minutes. The Saints completely flipped the game on its head.
And just a few moments ago, before that quadra kill, Rock Boom was behind, but now just playing with him as their main DPS source, they're able to flip the script. They're already in the kill lead once again.
2 items on Rocco.
2 items already. This is looking super lethal here down in the bot lane.
I mean, if we could just take a look at the gold and see how everyone is matching up. Rockboom is up so much gold on enemy ADC, and even though the Silas has 6 kills, he's not too far ahead of Bakery Boy, probably around 1,000 gold, but the difference is huge in the ball lane. Yet again, they find a pick. Beautiful play there by Miracles. Rockboom is going to pick one more up for himself. Silas just walking into that bush blind. You could see Western kind of crumbling here and throwing away the lead they had as Saints have played this macro game beautifully, and they've capitalized on a couple crucial mistakes from Western University.
Yeah, they found 1 dent in the armor and they're making full use of it, just completely going into the lead, using every single advantage they have and making the most of the advantage when they have it. Now they're already going for the next dragon.
Free dragon here for the Saints as let's see what soul it is. Hopefully it's a good one. They're looking to dive top here, but I don't think they can do it. Ricky is way too healthy. Yeah, they should back off this play. I don't think there's any way they can pull the trigger here. Ricky doing a good job of staying alive. Gonna look to clear out this wave as well, so no further dive can come through. You can see they're trying to find something, but I don't know what Western are doing. They're just kind of wasting their time here as the Rift Grubs are up. Saints gonna be looking to contest these as well. I don't think Western have anything to do here in this fight. Ricky now probably gonna back for that first item. He's gonna be able to pick it up. So he's going to have an early spike and 2 Brambles vests on the side of Western University. Oh, now then spot out Bakery Boy on the vision there. Can he find anything? No, he's going to be opting to find the back there as bottom tier 1 should go down here for Saints. Western going to pick that one up, a bit of gold in their pocket, but now Saints looks like they're rotating over towards those Rift Grubs to not let Western get off 6.
Yeah, you don't want to let Western get all the grubs here. If they get them all, they'll be in just as good a position as the Saints. Looks like it's going to be a massive team fight here. Western does have the vision up top there. The Saints are going to have to take a fight no matter what. There's no sneaking around that. Now, have to try and clear out this bush before they fully commit. There it is. We're going to have to clear out so many wards here with the stealth ward. Stays hidden. And now, with Rift up, the Saints are going to start it.
They're just going to force it in their face, and I don't think there's any chance Western can fight this. The fact that Rockboom is a full item ahead of this area, the damage is just insane. You would need to just throw everything you have at Rockboom, but even he has both summoners up and able to cut on that Callisto so well, so they don't want to be taking that fight. That's going to be a free objective going over to the Saints. As you can see, gold-wise, they're only up 2k gold, but the fact that all of that gold is on the Callista makes it like a 5-6k gold lead.
Yeah, that Callista, like we said, they needed to play around Rockboom, get this Callista fed, and that they have done. They have their win condition. They just need to make sure to utilize this correctly.
And you could see Silas was so far ahead. He was like 5-1. Still doesn't have that second item, as now Bakery Boy going to be closing on a second item as well. It feels like any hope Western had in this game has kind of been taken away here from the Saints, as the gold lead should continue to grow and grow exponentially. The Dragon is going to be up in about a few minutes, so not too soon yet. Saints kind of took a little bit on that first Dragon of the game, as it was like taking 7-8 minutes into it, but the soul is going to be important here. If it's like a Chemtech Drake, Western have a bit of hope, but if it's like Hectech or Infernal or something along that line, Saints are going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this soul is going to be. I'm very nervous at this as well. Western, they're all going in for this Dragon here. They're invading the bottom jungle, stealing the blue buff right out from under the nose of the Sejuani, forcing to go top instead. Oh, now Bakery Boy's going in on the Ahri, stunning them all up. That Malignance on the Ahri is just so dang annoying. So good at clearing these areas.
And that's going to be the tier 1 taken in the mid lane from St. Clair College. They might be pushing for tier 2. Can they stop it before the Shelly crashes? They do. Let's see if Maddie can find a good drift here. The Zeri ult gets used as the engage comes out from Western, but they hit absolutely nothing. Maddie going to have to be careful here. Rockboom flashed on, but a good block there for Miracle on the chains, as they should be able to find this pick early. Now Rockboom has the lethal tempo scaled up, finds the second one. Can't any more engages come through? The flash comes in from both there. They're going to be able to pick up the third. Lulu should be dropping here as well. Another Quadra. No, Miracle is going to be taking that one, as he will, Maddie will fall down. Ricky will get solo killed up in the top lane, but still, the fight in the mid lane has been so good for the Saints. And you can see Western threw everything they had at Rockboom there, through flashes, but Miracle with a good block there on the Silas chains. That was a crucial turning point in that fight. Was able to keep Rockboom alive, and he just cleaned up the fight. Another great fight win for the Saints as they go up 5k gold.
Exactly. Miracle living up to the name. Miracle keeping everybody alive and healthy, making the best of these dangerous situations. And that's what you need in the support to go along with this massive, scary monster of an ADC that Rockboom is right now. 14, 700 gold bounty. They just need to protect him now and make sure he can just still dish out this damage. He's going to be clearing up mid now, and he's going to maybe position themselves. What are they doing? Going for an invade, clearing wards? Or is Dragon about to pop up?
It's about to pop up in just a few seconds here. They're going to have it completely for free. And you can see Western are fully stacking up in top lane, hoping that Ricky came there one more time and maybe to get a counterplay. But it looks like Saint's going to completely give the top tier 1, as Ricky's going to push out bot lane. And this Cassante is kind of the last hope here for Western. He's level 13, pretty far ahead of everyone on levels in the game, having a good game up there in the top lane, but they focused a lot of energy around this Cassante as well. You saw the Sejuani there at least a couple of times. I don't think Maddie has even ventured into the top side there, so he knows his win con. He's dove that ball in at least a couple of times this game. As Rockboom now on 3 items. You have to think to yourself, as soon as that Baron spawns up in 1 minute, our Saint's going to be just ripping away at that one. Kalista, obviously, probably the best ADC for Baron, because you can smite alongside taking out your spears, and you can one-shot the Baron from like 2.5k HP. So if Saints can execute that, they're going to look to be going for that play.
Yeah, the Saints looking very good so far. If they get Baron, I would say this game is as well good as done. But I would say Western is still in this for the meanwhile. If they can play their cards right, if they can take out Rockboom, claim that giant gold bounty, they might have a horse still in this race here. Now we see Rockboom moving in, taking Ricky, clearing the wave. Massive team fight here down here in the mid. Rockboom chipping away. Ricky getting very low, but he gets out. Rockboom being soloed out right now, going to get stunned up, but not taking all too much damage. And Miracle is keeping him alive, and the double kill comes out from Rockboom. And now they're bursting down to one more. Triple kill, quadra kill. Will this be the pentakill? Yes, no.
They took it.
Oh, they took it. But a near pentakill for the Saints. That's going to be an ace, taking down the entire team, leaving Baron pretty much free for them to take.
I mean, that's the nail in the coffin there. They just can't kill Rockboom. He's too far ahead. You see, he was in a very bad position there. He got polymorphed early, but it's going to be the Baron going with the Saints. They're going to be up about 7-8k gold after this one, so it's going to be very, very good for them. Soul point in 3 minutes. It is Ocean Soul, so not the biggest difference maker, but I think Saints going to look to take tier 2 bot lane, tier 2 mid lane with this Baron, maybe even force an inhibitor considering the lead they have.
Definitely, I could see this going near the end game already for St. Clair. Just, you know, shove these waves, and the game is as good as theirs. And if that isn't the case, they can keep on playing stall this out just a bit longer and eventually play for this Ocean Soul.
And Ricky picked up, Rockboom, sorry, picked up Jack Show on the Callista, as now he's going to be a tank along as well as, oh, that beautiful charm actually comes out from a Bakery. But it looks like Western have stepped up way too far here, but the Silas is going to get a trade back onto Bakery Boy, but did he overextend for that one? Rockboom has to be careful here. I think he might be getting zoned out by the Cassante. He's going to be able to take the Cassante out, but he has to help out the rest of his team here. Now Ricky with the ultimate, going to find the Q1. Nice CC for Rockboom to follow up on, but still, Western able to stay alive a little bit longer. They dropped a couple members and dropping a lot of health bars. Still Saints going to look very, very good here. Ricky forcing that Zeri to go all the way to top lane. Rockboom still on full HP and untouched is kind of the golden teammate here. They have to keep him alive here, as he's going to be hitting away at that mid-tier 1, mid-tier 3. That should drop. Maddie going to get caught by the chains, but it's a beautiful bait. Has that ultimate. The Lulu ult comes out, but Rockboom is legendary. Going to pick up a 20th kill of the game. Ricky on the backline might go down to the Zeri, will fall down. Saints are going to be hitting away at this inhibitor, but now Rockboom going to try and come back to peel. Can Maddie land the stun on the Sejuani? Won't be able to find it. They will be staying alive as Western doing a good job of juggling, losing and not losing here, but still Saints in the end gonna get a big advantage here. Should be able to take this inhibitor as the team fights. Gonna pop off again. Rockboom forced to cleanse out. Will pick up the Lulu early. Gonna start hitting away at the Zeri. We'll find that one as well. Can we find some more CC for Rockboom to follow up on here? They might just look to end the game, as Bakery Boy is gonna pick up Crackdown. It's gonna be Justice Cassante. He's gonna be unkillable basically, but Saints just gonna march into the base and end the game.
Yeah, Maddie just trying to zone him out, and they're in a lose-lose situation here. Either you have to take a fight with a Rockboom and the whole team, or you're gonna have to lose the game. They're all gonna have to go in. They have no other choice. They shut down Nautilus though. Miracle is gonna be going down, but they have not shut down the powerhouse that is Rockboom. 22 kills. Will he get any more? He's gonna try and end this game right here, but no, it does not end just yet. The Nexus is gonna get out with a quarter HP.
I mean, it's a fight win for Western Saints, getting a bit too aggressive. A lot of gold as well going over to that Cassante, but still, it's a very, very dire spot. You can see the Dragon is spawning up relatively soon, 18 seconds. Western should be able to take this one for free, but look at Ricky. He might be looking for a backdoor opportunity. Actually, he's going to go push out top. Zeri's going to push out mid, so Western with a bit of a breathing chance here towards the end of this game, but still very, very Saints favorite.
Very, very good position right now for the Saints. They want another team fight, and as long as they're not right next to their fountain, things are looking up for them. There it is. They have Soul. They have every... Oh, wait, no. That's Western. Sorry. Completely disregard what I said there. The Saints, not the best position here, but they are still in this. They're still looking very, very good here. Sure, they don't have Soul, but do they really need Ocean Soul at this point?
No.
If it was Infernal Soul, then I would say they would want that to really help them end the game here, but you know, that extra bit of survivability isn't what they're worried about right now. They're just worried about taking these team fights as quick as they can.
Speaking of survivability, Rockboom picked up the GA, now full build at 24 minutes. Is a crazy, crazy style line for him, 22-3. The Saints gonna look to end the game here. I don't think Western have any chance at stopping them, but here the fight kicks off. The Cassante is very, very tanky, but you can see Rockboom will happily just hit away at him, considering how much damage he does. All ultimates coming out from everybody. Everybody's on low HP. Ricky on 1 HP, but now Rockboom has scaled up into a team fight. Picks up one, picks up a second. Gonna be looking for the pentakill here. So many spears in that Zeri. Gonna find the Lulu as well, as it's gonna be just the Silas left alive. Triple kill for Rockboom, as Miracle was able to pick one up, and Maddie's gonna find the kill onto Silas here. Saints gonna take the first game in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, an amazing showing from the Saints, and that is just this game one. There's much more on the way from these two. Very competitive game, very close game from the start, but once Rock Boom got a few kills in him. He was unstoppable. Hey, we got Overwatch happening as well. Converse University facing off against St. Clair College in these Swiss rounds.
And this is a very, very good matchup. Two very, very strong teams that have been battling out for quite some time now. Converse, one of the better teams in collegiate Overwatch. So let's see what Saints can get done. It's going to be Tread now on the tank for the Saints instead of a Squeak. So a bit of a swap up there for them. Let's see how Saints will continue on. Crime still going to be on this Sojourn. Will go down to Orion very, very early on though, as Tread has to be careful here on the Winston. It's going to be on 1 HP as well, as Saints are dropping like flies. Orion's able to find both of the DPS. The Orisa stays alive as Saints forced to regroup after the first fight.
Yeah, Saints not looking too great to start things off. Converse definitely controlling the rules of engagement so far. But looking at the Saints options, they're not down now. It's still the early game, but they are going for this Winston comp into the Orisa, which is a little bit difficult to play. This Orisa is a little bit tough to play against, especially with how tanky it can be sometimes. Noxious moving in here, trying to do a lot of burst damage on that Orisa. Not going to be enough though, as he slips out from his grasp. Now big team fight happening. Looks like Soaks is just trying to keep everybody up and alive, but he's doing a great job as Anja goes down on the side of Converse. Crime moving in, trying to go in on this backline, doing a lot of damage. There's the Terror Surge from the Orisa, gets one, doesn't get the kill though, but he gets the kill on Soaks nonetheless. Now Tread just trying to burst down everybody he can. This Orisa still just being an absolute menace here, but finally gets shut down by Red X in Crime.
That was a great fight from the Saints. They even got a couple ultimates out from Converse and only used that pulse bomb, so they're in a pretty good state. Now we're going to see both Kiriko ultimates, both beat drops, both Sojourn ults, but Tread will have that Primal Rage, and could that be the decisive ultimate in this fight? We will see this one kick off. Tread gonna try and force out that Kiriko TP does so very early on. Let's see if Saints can follow up on that. Kiriko's gonna be on 1 HP, forced to cleanse early. Everything's coming out. Gunja gonna drop early to Crime, who's picking up the Sojourn pick there. Hammer's on 1 HP on that Tracer. Will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Tread is on 70 HP. Has to be careful. Does have his bubble, so should be relatively safe. Noxious though gonna drop down. The beat drop comes out from still Kiwi, as Crime is gonna drop the reverse. The response beat is just a little bit too late from Soaks. Here's Hammer. It's gonna be taking everybody down here. Gonna look to pick up Red X on that Kiriko. Soaks trying to boop him away. Still Saints got a good amount of percentage points there, but still a good fight for Converse.
And Hammer is just nailing down every one of these Saints, just finding all the squishies on the backline on Tracer. And I don't know what the Saints' answer to that is going to be when you're just trying to catch this Tracer against a good Tracer. They're just so slippery, it's just so hard to catch. But now, with time ticking, the Saints only have 1 or 2 more good pushes left here, as Converse is ranking up very fast in these percentages.
Ganja gonna use that ultimate. Crime gonna drop to Hammer early on. Tread now switching over to the Orisa. Will get taken down to 1 HP and should be dropping here. That's probably gonna be the round for the side of Converse. Saints just dropping like flies. Noxious gonna stagger as well a little bit. Soaks will get a final touch on this point, so let's see how well they can play the Desperation. Still needs to touch it one more time. There we go. Now the overtime is gonna be triggered, but he does fall down, as it looks like Saints aren't gonna be able to get back to the point. That's gonna be the first round going over to Converse University, as they take a 1-0 lead on this control.
Yeah, 1-0 lead, but a good showing from the Saints. They were in control, at least at some points in this map. It was not a complete rollover. They fought very well, but as you can see, Garchomp, the tank, is just so hard to take down, and Hammer was just an absolute force there near the end of that game, taking down everybody on the backline consistently.
Yeah, Hammer doing a great job on that Tracer. And seems like the Orisa from Garchomp was just making a little bit too much space. Tread tried to do something on the Winston there, but just couldn't find the angles, as Converse played just a little bit better there. Their positioning definitely the big reason to why they won that round out. But now Saints gonna be matching the same team comp. They're gonna be going for the Orisa, the Tracer. It's complete mirror, so may the best team win.
Yeah. Good luck to both these teams, as this is going to be an explosive fight nonetheless, as we see Looks like Converse is moving into this drum room and doing a good job of it, but Saints are going to go for a mirror comp here with the Orisa. They're going to win that one out. Tread going to take down Garchomp. Now Noxious going in on the backline, picking up Orion, and Soak's going to take out Gunja now. And now just one Lucio left as the straggler contesting this point. It's going to flip all the way over to the Saints, and now this is looking like a very interesting game. The Saints absolutely won that first fight.
Yeah, it's a good start here for the Saints as they're able to pick off Garchomp early, and you can see Converse just couldn't maintain their healing on Garchomp. Was not able to rotate the cooldowns well enough and did get taken down early. It looks like they're going to try and take point again, but Garchomp yet again going to just get instantly one-popped. Saints doing a great job here in the second round of just finding the tank and then just continuing through Crime. Nice shot there onto Hammer. Saints going to look to stagger the rest of the members here. Noxious finds Gunja. It's going to be just this Kiri who's able to get out, but yet again, a great team fight from the Saints.
Yeah, amazing team fight from the Saints. They have just this point locked down. This is a little bit of a reversal of the last map. Now Converse struggling to find an opening here. As we see Tread doing an amazing job of locking this down, holding them off, but they're going to be nonetheless. So you see Red X has the Kitsune Rush prepped. Tread almost has the Terror Surge ready, just 1 point away. There it is. And now Gunja gonna find one on Crime from out of nowhere. There's a committal by Saints for the Kitsune Rush. We're gonna have a big brawl happening here. Now we're gonna see Tread and the Orisa just brawling it out. Trading shots. They're gonna have to back off as the DPS is too much. Garchomp finding one, Hammer finding another. Now the site has been cleared to the Saints, and it's in Converse's control.
And you can see if Crime dies first, Saints just lose so much of that consistent DPS, and they try to commit with the Kitsune Rush, but it just doesn't work out for them as Converse use the Kitsune Rush as well, use the Pulse Bomb. So still some ultimates out from Converse, but we're gonna see another situation where both teams have all of their key ultimates. Saints gonna have the advantage though. Crime gonna use that social ulti, forces out the beat, and he's gonna fall down to Hammer early on. That's another crucial pick for the side of Converse as Crime doing so much damage, falling early is terrible for them. Noxious gonna drop as well as Saints, investing so much into this team fight. Not gonna be able to win it out, as it seems like when both teams have those ultimates ready, it seems like Converse have the upper hand. Tread just gonna get staggered here. They're not gonna kill him off, so a lot of time burned, as well as now the momentum has swinged back in favor of Converse.
Yeah, Converse taking this one back in a big way. The Saints not even getting a good approach on the site. They cannot contest this so far. They're going to have to really dig deep and figure out some strategy to break through this defensive line of Converse University. As we see, Tread does have the Terror Surge still. He's been sitting on that quite a while. And that will be the opening key for this comp.
Yeah, we're last fight territory here. Red X has to get his Kitsune Rush before this fight begins. That's going to be where Saints can really find an upper hand. As you said, Tread has that Terror Surge. It's going to be so hard fighting. Nice spear there onto the Soldier Crime. He's on 1 HP. Has to be really, really careful here not to go down. He's going to be able to stay alive. That's a huge Terror Surge, but a better cleanse coming out from the side of Converse. But still Kiwi going to drop. But Tread going to fall on the other side. The Kitsune Rush comes out from Red X. Can they find the trades? He finds the Tracer. Garchomp's going to be able to find Soaks. Noxious takes down Garchomp. It's looking good for the side of the Saints. Crime has to be careful here. Gunja falls down as well as Noxious is going to find so much damage. Saints investing a lot in that fight, but the fact that Orion used his Kitsune Rush could be a big deal breaker here as we're down to the very, very last fight.
Yeah, this is it. It's now or never for Converse University, and now or never for the Saints. If they lose this one, that's going to be disastrous for them. Right now, Converse, pretty decent. Hammer has the Pulse Bomb. We've seen what he can do with that. It's a very scary tool in their kit. Both those points climbing. The Saints doing an amazing job of holding us off. They might be able to win this one. Noxious also has Pulse Bomb ready. There's a lot of ults on the board here, just about to be ready to be used. Right now, it's almost ready to flip. This is a very intense fight.
Crime goes down. That's a huge start again for Converse as Tread's gonna drop, and it's looking disastrous for the Saints. Ganja gonna find a couple. Hammer finds one. Noxious finds a trade, but that's gonna be a great team fight win for the side of Converse as they're gonna be taking the first map 2-0. I mean, it's two great teams. Saints looked dominant in their last game, but against a very, very strong team of Converse, just couldn't match up to their competition, as they're going to need to turn things around in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, props to Hammer. He really flipped things around there in that second game. I mean, look at that. I think he found 3 here, and then he found a 4th just a minute later. But let's go over to this draft here in our game 2 of League of Legends, St. Clair College versus Western University.
And Western gonna have blue side, Saints gonna have the red side. Same bans coming out from both teams. Actually, Saints gonna ban out that Ari this time. And it's gonna be Western first picking the Kalista. They were so scared of Rockboom's Kalista, they said, guys, we're just gonna play it ourselves. It has to be OP, right? So then Rockboom with his signature Tristana slamming the counter pick immediately. That's gonna be an explosive lane. They slammed the Volley Bear as well, Maddie. He's playing that into any matchup. Jack's going to be picked up probably in the jungle for Western, and Renata alongside that Kalista is a very, very strong bot lane. So let's see what Saints decide to pick up with their pick here.
Yeah, I would say that this is looking very good for the Saints, but support-wise in the bot lane, we're not going to quite see it, but Bakery Boy on the Nico, amazing pick, as he said.
Yeah, Bakery Boy, probably his best champion, that Nico. Like, I haven't seen him play it in a long time because it's always banned, but I think Western making a crucial error. Banning out Azir instead of Nico is interesting. I don't really see Bakery Boy ever play Azir, but maybe Western have some inside info that I don't. But leaving the Nico open, I think that's going to come to bite them in this game. He's been amazing on this Nico so far. His roam timings, his ability usage, his ults have been so good, and especially into the close range team comp of Western, this Nico is going to be very deadly.
Yeah, that is going to be a deadly pick, but let's look at the bans as well. We're seeing Camille be banned out by the Saints and a Rakan ban by Western. Now up to the Saints to make the final ban here. I wonder which one they'll ban out. Will it be anything we see in the last game? I doubt it. The Saints were very confident looking in that last game. Probably just another favorite on the side of Western.
Yeah, and I think Ricky's going to have the counter pick here on this red side in the top lane. So what supports would you like to see alongside this Tristana into the Renata Kalista?
Oh, I don't know. There's just too many to choose from right now, especially on the ban. They're banning the Nautilus. They're banning a lot of the Engage. So there's the Lulu. A little bit unexpected, yeah. But I guess if Miracle's comfortable on it, it could be very explosive, like you said.
The Yordles in the bot lane are going to look to take over. Tristana Lulu definitely not a duo that you see too often. Tristana loves an engage support that just gets in there, gets a reset for your W, jump in, jump out, kill everybody. But it's going to be a very interesting game now on. You definitely, Lulu's decent into the Renata, so maybe that's what they want to do. And LeBlanc going to be picked up by Western. That's a spicy pick. I think Western's a mid laner, more of an assassin player. He likes playing those assassin mid laners that gets early kills and snowballs into the game. So matching the Nico with the LeBlanc is a very, very interesting pickup. Saints don't have any point in click CC either, other than the polymorph, so it's going to be hard to shut this LeBlanc down. Yeah,
this LeBlanc is looking to be very strong here in the mid lane, but against the Nico, it's still going to be tough. Two very tricky champs there in the mid lane. Now we see a few choices from Western, but they're going to lock in the Aatrox. They liked what they saw from Ricky, but what's going to be his answer? What do you play to counter out Aatrox?
I mean, Casante's open. They could just flip-flop that matchup if they want. But knowing Ricky, I don't think that's going to be the case. Could see maybe a Sion into this team comp, but Sion's not bad. Is Gragas open? Then Gragas, you don't have enough AD. So they need some AD pick here. Renekton. Yeah, that works out. Renekton, good point and click CC. Will be very, very tanky. Will be able to peel for the backline. So a good pick into Aatrox. Aatrox doesn't really have many losing lanes, but neither does Renekton. So it should be pretty even up there, but maybe if Ricky can play the early game very, very well, he might get an advantage up there.
Yeah, Ricky had a very tough game, I would say, last game. Not wasn't disastrous for his team. He didn't lose tower, but he just couldn't get any advantage up there. It was just trades back and forth. Missed out on a few kills there. Couldn't really get the ball rolling. So hopefully in this game against this Aatrox, he can try and turn this into a little bit more of an advantageous scenario. Now going through the other lanes, I think Nico into the LeBlanc is still pretty good. LeBlanc, tough to play against, but if you can lock this one down, I believe Nico is just a little bit easier to execute.
And the team fight is definitely in the Saints' favor. Having that Nico into LeBlanc, if the LeBlanc doesn't find a pick basically at the beginning of the fight, Nico gets a couple people in the air. She already got more value than the LeBlanc with one button click. So it's definitely going to be a Bakery Boy having a huge game here on this Nico alongside yet again Rockboom on the Tristana. On his signature pick, he's going to have to pull some strings here to bring this one back.
Yeah, he's going to have to try everything in his arsenal here. But overall, which team would you give the advantage over to?
From what I saw last game, I would give the advantage over to the Saints, but if a Western's mid laner can get early kills on LeBlanc like he did last game on the Silas, and this time they don't really throw away that lead, don't give Rockboom all the kills, I think Western have a fighting chance. But I'm still taking the Saints in this game.
I think the Saints will win as well, but I think it might be a little bit more hard fought. It might be a little bit more drawn out. It was a little iffy there in the beginning against Western. I think we'll see that again. But I don't think we're going to see Rockboom carry as hard as he did in that last game.
Yeah, he had, what, 25 kills?
Yeah. I think he had, 25 kills.
That's insane.
The rest of the team still doing well, but they mainly had assists with the Rockboom there, doing the main brunt of the damage.
And on Kalista, it's easier to last hit because, you know, you can pull your spears at execute. So it's good that he gets all the kills. It's easy for him to get all the final blows. So getting the gold on your ADC, just you could see how much it matters.
Yeah, and now with Western picking up the Kalista, this might be a little bit of a spicier game here. If Western can execute it to the same degree that the Saints can. But you said Tristana is a good counter pick into the Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, I assume so because Rockboom counter-picked it himself, but obviously Rockboom, being a Tristana player, like a known Tristana player, you always saw it banned down. Now that Tristana is kind of a bit weak in the meta, people probably didn't expect him to pick it up, but he's still very comfortable on the champion. He knows the mechanics perfectly. He can buffer everything, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how these things shape up. And now, this could be a very interesting game. But what is... Oh yeah, it's Jack's jungle on the side of Western. I don't know how that's going to play into the Volibear.
It's okay. I don't think Jax is too good this game because he can just get CC'd by so many things. The chances of him ever getting near that Tristana should be close to zero. He needs to basically flank the entire game. But if Saints can get an early advantage like they did last game, the Volibear can kind of maintain his pressure and stun him and run away.
Yeah, overall, these comps are looking pretty good, but the comp in Overwatch is already looking crazy. We're already near the end of this first map for the Saints. They're right on the doorstep of Converse, and this could be the final fight here we see on this side for the Saints. Shred getting dangerous a little bit, barely gets out, but Hammer going to take him down, and now with 4 minutes remaining, the Saints must have had an amazing first push here.
Yeah, for sure, as Garchomp is going to somehow make his way onto the Queen now. We saw them playing the Orisa comp and playing it well in the last time, but it seems like Saints have finally figured it out. Crime gonna switch over to the Cassidy as Converse are in Cassidy as well. It's gonna be a Tracer against Sojourn here, so I think having Hammer off of that Tracer is better for the Saints. He was just doing so much work for them, but he's forced onto the Cassidy here as the Saints look to push it again. They have the Kitsune Rush. Can they find this Junker Queen? The Spear misses. Hammer's going to pick up Crime, but the trade comes out onto Gunja. Can the Saints maintain their pressure? Hammer's going to find a pick onto Reddix. Can the Saints win this one? I don't know if they have enough damage, but Soak's going to find still Kiwi. Tread's going to pick up Hammer. He's on 1 HP. If he's able to live here, this could be the full cap coming up from the Saints, as it's going to be a miracle win from them.
Wow.
They dropped a couple members early, but still came out on top in the end, and you can see Converse have that Kitsune Rush. Should have definitely tried to use that one in the last fight, but Saints going to be capping the map with 3 minutes.
This is looking to be a much more competitive map than the last one. Still competitive, but right now that is an amazing showing from the Saints. And I think even if you play this perfectly, that's going to be hard to match from Converse.
Yeah, I mean, Converse definitely didn't expect this. They chose the defense because they were feeling good after the first map. They were like, okay guys, we can hold them on the first point here, but from the look of things, Saints are not happy with how the first map went, and it looks like they need to play a good defense now. If they're able to hold Converse even to an OT finish push, they can lose the map. They'll have 3 minutes to cap, so that plays a big role into how the game's played. If Converse only need to get like the first point in a little bit, they could save up all their ultimates, throw them all at one time, and there you go, you win. But in this scenario, Converse need to cap the full map and need to cap it with time, so they need to just simply outplay the Saints in the neutral fights and use their ult economy perfectly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order from Converse, but we've seen them do some crazy things today, so if there's anyone to do it, it's going to be them. But the Saints have set themselves up to be in an amazing scenario here. I'm excited to see this match as we're getting into it. And what do you think of the Junker Queen into the Orisa here?
I don't like a Junker Queen into Orisa at all. And I also think Cassidy is just such a hard counter to Queen. You throw that nade, you can headshot her so easily. Her headshot hitbox is big. You can take down half her HP in just a matter of seconds. And I feel like Garchomp just so hard to run at the enemy team with your shots when Tread can just push you away, spear you away. It's hard to get any real value, but it's gonna be a Sombra for Converse. Not something you see too often in this team composition. Let's see how he decides to play it as the fight's gonna kick off. You can see Garchomp trying to do something, but Tread gonna find the early pick onto Hammer as the Saints looking to hold here the first time. Soak's gonna take out the Sombra, and it's looking very, very good for the Saints. Soak staying alive on 1 HP will force out the rest of the team into this corner. Garchomp's gonna go down, and it's gonna be a very, very clean hold here for the Saints.
Yeah, an amazing hold for the Saints so far, but that's just the first of many pushes coming from Converse. And now the Sombra is just going to be an annoyance in their backline, doing the hacks, doing consistent damage. It's going to be just annoying, to say the least. Right now, Garchomp, like I said, struggling to get in on this Orisa, having to play very cautiously behind this car, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Missing the Spirit, now might be the time, but his teammate gets taken out instead. Hammer gonna go down, and now Converse gonna be pushed back.
Saints gonna be able to find all the staggers in the world here. Converse just dropping like flash. Tread finding those spears early into the team fights has been the game changer here for sure, as Hammer swaps over to the Widow to try and find an early pick, going back to that Cassidy. And Ganja on this Sombra, 38% towards his ultimate, has found 0 value so far, and you've burned already 2 minutes of the clock at this pace. You're not even going to build up a single EMP in the whole round, so Converse gonna desperately need to turn things around here. Hammer gonna get speared yet again. It's still Kiwi is gonna drop first yet again. It looks like Saints have really turned it up to gear 10, and Soak's gonna find a couple of kills here. Gonna find a 3K from Soak's Tread. Gonna find the last one there. Saints doing an incredible job of holding. They're gonna have 4 ultimates online, as Converse are just falling apart in front of our eyes.
They are. There's only 2 minutes left in this game, and Converse has barely gotten out of their spawn. They make the first push and they just get taken down. Now we're seeing Garchomp swap over this Winston, a little bit of a better pick, but might be too little too late. He doesn't have ult, and the Saints have ult in droves. Every ult that you want to have, they have on that side.
Yeah, let's see how the Saints play this. Still no EMP for Converse, as the Crime and Reddick's gonna pop their ultimate at the same time. Hammer taking down to 1 hit point. We're able to stay alive, so good maintain of pressure here from Converse. They're able to stay alive. Soaks drops very early on. The beat drop's gonna come out. The Ganja is traded out. Tread gonna be using that Terror Surge. That's a huge one, keeping everyone locked in. That Winston is on 1 HP. Can they find the final blow here? Noxious doing so much damage in the backline as Ganja finally gonna have that EMP, but Hammer goes down as there's gonna be no damage here for the side of Converse. Still Kiwi drops. Can Saints find the staggers here onto the Winston? They're gonna be looking to chase him down here. Can they pick it up? The Kiriko should be dropping. There goes the Kiriko. The Winston should be able to stay alive here, relatively healthy, but he's actually gonna go down to Crime from the headshot on the Cassidy, as we're in last fight territory. Converse only have that EMP. They kind of played for the entire round, but if this goes south, if Soak's is able to stay alive and get that beat drop off, this map should be going over to the Saints.
This is looking absolutely massive for the Saints after such a hard loss in the first game. They're making a very vicious win right here. Soaks just going off here, taking out Ganja all the way in the beginning here. Now still Kiwi gonna have to retreat with the rest of his team as Tread just shreds through the team, and Redx gonna take down Garchomp. There's the overclock from Hammer, gets shut down with no one able to touch. This is gonna be going over to a game 3.
A complete 360 or 180 in this series, as the first map, Converse went to Saints. On second map, looked like the best team in the world against Converse. They're full held them after getting 3 minutes on the cap. Tread getting that play of the game on the Orisa. Found those spears early on, found those picks. Felt like every single team fight killed the Cassidy there, just blasting through everything. As there's going to be a pick going over in the bottom right corner. Jax gonna get the first blood on Maddie, and top left corner we have St. Clair College Varsity taking on Conestoga. That's a best of 3 as well, as now we have 3 games on the screen. Exclamation mark streams in the chat if you want to watch any of these games on their own without the commentary. If not, could stay here and stick around.
Yeah, just to cover up the comps, it's St. Clair versus Conestoga in the top left right now. It's Smiley, Giza, Seth, and the rest of them facing off against Conestoga. But nonetheless, we'll focus in on this league game because we're in game right now. We're just still getting started in Valorant. That's going to go a little bit longer.
And the Jax having that first blood. We'll have an extra longsword in these early engagements. Were any summoners used? No, it doesn't look like it. So I don't even know how Maddie might have got caught. Maybe the Renata just caught him and the rest of the team was there. He would follow up. So Western, in these early game fights, able to find these picks, as Rockboom is gonna be in mid lane on the Tristana, but I'm kidding, that's Maddie. That's Maddie on the Rockboom, as Rockboom's down in balling with Miracle. They can't really fight this level 1, I don't think, but they're gonna be looking to do so, as that bomb is gonna go off, do a bit of damage. Actually not the worst trade. Potions used by both of the bot laners. Rockboom still has his potion, does get stunned up by that, but Miracle finding some good poke back onto that Renata. As you know, it should be a pushing lane for Western up until level 3, but as soon as level 3 hits, that's the same power spike, that's when they want a team fight.
It's going to be a little bit slow here in the bot lane until that power spike, but they're doing a good job at holding them at bay.
And now in the mid lane, gonna be pretty even so far. It's gonna be Bakery Boy just cleaning out the waves as he does so well. Level 2 hits.
Oh,
Maddie is in the bush here. There is a ward there, but Saints have to be careful with Maddie. He's going to try and pull the trigger, but now Saints definitely going to back off here. No real opportunity here, I don't think. They're going to find the flash out of Renata, though. They're going to flash back on there, and Rockboom going to jump in. Should be able to pick that one up. Yes, Rockboom picks it up. I didn't think there was an angle for it there, but Maddie placed that W down perfectly, and the Renata, even after flashing, still got hit, but as soon as that slow applies, Maddie pulled the trigger. Good decision-making from their Saints, able to get a kill back.
Yeah, amazing start from the Saints, and wow, an engage already in the mid from the LeBlanc. Gonna root him, do a good chunk of change of damage there, but it's not gonna matter all too much as Rockboom Bakery Boy is still looking pretty well here. As we're seeing a bit of an invade come out.
There's no smite
From the Jax. Have Smite, gonna get slowed there. Does he go for the full engage? No, he does not, as Baker Boy is still fighting the good fight here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Baker Boy able to maintain his pressure and ability to make sure that LeBlanc can't roam off and help out that Jax in the jungle. Ricky gonna be chilling up here in the top lane and no fireworks early on. I mean, if Ricky can just go even and just suck up some pressure and allow Rockboom to carry, I think everyone on the side of the Saints will be happy with that, but it looks like Ricky gonna go for a short engage. There's a gank coming down in the mid lane. Can Maddie find anything here? Miracle's gonna get stunned up by Loyal there. No pick coming through, but you can see Maddie very proactive in this early game. Probably gonna be looking for a dragon around the 5 or 6 minute mark.
Yeah, most likely going for the early dragon here, but there's also a brawl happening up here in the top lane. This could be a kill on either side. They're both very low. Ricky gonna chase him down on the tower, just barely not gonna get the kill. And that is, I believe, the second time today we've seen a top player get out with 1 HP.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ricky flashed there without W, and I think he knows he doesn't have enough damage, but I was kind of hoping for a miracle there. Still not gonna find that solo kill. Both flashes used up in the top lane. Teleports comes out from the Aatrox, as I don't even think Ricky has to use his. He got that wave shoved in. So still a very good advantage from Ricky. That was the kind of play he was looking for. Give himself an advantage. Now, as that kind of scenario happens again, there's no flash on the Aatrox. The solo kill will be coming through.
Yeah, this is looking like it's not gonna go great for Western right here in the bot lane, as they're just controlling the farm amazingly on the side of St. Clair. With the early kill, you don't want to mess with Rockman, but it looks like they're gonna go for the early dragon, as you said. And right now, enemy jungler, I think, is none the wiser. No vision, not gonna contest, and that also opens up Maddie to maybe go for grubs. There's bot lane gonna try and contest this here.
I think we might see a bit of a fight here. Jax might go for the steal, but Nico is first to move. She is level 6 as well. I don't think there's any way that Western can fight this, but they're gonna go. The flasher from Jax, but look at the Nico ultimate, finds 3. There's a 1-for-1 trade. Rock move, finds the reset, should be able to pick up the Kalista, but the Kalista finds the pick, as it's a 2v2. The Jax has the smite, but it should be the cleanup coming out here from a Rock Boom and Bakery Boy. The Jax, though, gonna flash over the wall with that E. Beautiful mechanics there from Western, as Saints somehow fell apart in that fight, even having the level 6 on their Nico, and they're gonna be losing down as Rock Boom didn't use his flash or cleanse that entire fight.
Yeah, that fight is going to sting for a while for the Saints, as they lost Dragon and they lost a few more lives than they needed to. Now here in the mid lane, Baker Boy still half health from these fights that he's been taking. Meanwhile, this LeBlanc is healthy as ever.
Yeah, LeBlanc back in lane at full HP. Saints gonna instantly go over to top lane. They have advantage up there as well, so they will take the first 3 rifts. It's not the end of the world, but you would definitely like to see them picking up that first dragon. It's gonna be Infernal Dragon in 4 minutes spawning up here, so the pace of the game should slow down a little bit up until Maddie hits level 6. When we see that come out, we might see a dive coming through either top or wall lane.
I see that being a very real possibility here. Speaking of bot lane, they're not going to be doing too hot right now, as this is going to be a close fight. He gets the jump, but the Renata ability saves his life. And a little bit of a misplay from Rockboom. And now, Western University in a very good lead.
Insanely good lead. Look at the size of this bot lane that Rockboom's gonna miss. That's definitely not a timer on which the Saints should be fighting. You should just be playing safe until you can collect this whole wave and then go on with whatever happens after. But that's kind of a terrible mistake coming out there. Not something you see too often happen to the Saints, but I think Saints maybe are getting a little bit overconfident. Rockboom after that first game definitely feeling himself in the 2v2 there, so he kind of went a bit too far, knowing that Renata has that and couldn't really do much about it. After you press W, there's no going back. So nice 2v2 kill there for the side of Western.
Yeah, great kills on the side of Western here. Now Dr. Calculus, though, going to be taking a lot of damage. There's the ult from Aatrox. This is going to be a very dicey fight. Both ults committed, but Ricky doesn't have the sustain to deal with Aatrox.
Ricky misplaying again at the top lane. He thought he had the advantage because he knew he was going to level up to 8, but another fight in the bot lane. This is complete chaos here. They have to find the count. Kalista Rockboom will be able to get out with his life, as Saint's going to trade 1-for-1. Bakery Boy finds a knock-up onto the Kalista as the shutdown comes through. Great kill there, but the trade comes out on the LeBlanc still. This Renata should be able to drop as Bakery Boy is going to pick that one up. Matic does get the W off. Yes, he does. Is able to stay alive. Finds the stun onto the LeBlanc. Can they find the kill? 1 HP on the LeBlanc. Bakery Boy is going to pick that one up. So much gold just when 2 Bakery Boy Saints, after a chaotic fight, are going to come out on top, and they got the shutdowns. They're going to be able to get the push in mid and ball lane. Great fight from the Saints.
Yeah, amazing fight from the Saints, but that was a very risky one at that. Got very, very low. A few close calls here and there, but hey, they won it out in the end. Now we're seeing an interesting play here from the Jax, once again trying to steal these chickens. But I believe Maddie's going to catch him out once again.
Yeah, he's going to see him, but this time nothing should happen, as Bakery Boy is recalling. I don't think the steal came through, as Maddie is going to go and pick up the last of those chickens. Rockboom farming up here in the ball lane. You can see still no items on anyone in the game, even though there's been so many kills. Nobody's able to pick anything up, as ball lane, Kalista back in the game after that kind of disastrous early game when Rockboom found a couple kills, but still, it's going to be looking good for them now all along. Western have been competing very well in the early game. Saints kind of misplaying here and there, but then they find this one big team fight and they really bring themselves into the back. So the mid game macro has just been a little bit too good for the side of Western in game 1. Let's see how they fare on here heading into mid game of game 2.
Yeah, that's the thing with Saints. You think they're down and out, but they know how to get the ball rolling once again. But we've been seeing a lot more messy mistakes here, little missteps from the Saints in this game, and you can't even have those slight missteps when you're up against a team as good as Western. And Western, they're just playing very standard, very not super risky, and it's paying off dividends for them.
Yeah, without a doubt. They've just kind of played off the mistakes of the Saints, and mistakes have happened a couple too many times here for the Saints. Liking Ricky still having a bit of a rough time in this top lane, got solo killed by that Aatrox. 2 games in a row now he's been solo killed, but there's gonna be another fight going down in the ball lane from the look of things. Looks like Bakery Boy is gonna be here. Saints gonna start up this dragon. It should be relatively easy as Bakery Boy does have that Nico ultimate, but Saints gonna look to push out the lanes first. Rockboom gonna hit away that bot lane. Has to be careful though. Enemy Jax is on vision, so they know he's here. Kalista gonna look for the engage, but Jax just doesn't know that he's walking all over vision. They have no sweepers coming through here. They're gonna jump onto Maddie, but Maddie knew that was coming still. Gonna take such a huge chunk, and now the Dragon Star might begin. Bakery Boy gonna find a bit of a chunk onto the Jax though. That's a nice little response there from the Saints as Bakery Boy. Lawrence Clone, the start comes through from Western. Bakery Boy has the teleport, and he might be looking to use it here, but no. Looks like Saints are gonna be forfeiting this one. Kind of surprised with that decision, honestly, as the drag goes over to Western. They're gonna have 2, and it's Mountain Soul of this game, a very, very strong soul. And for their team comp, maybe not, but still, Mountain Soul is very strong no matter what you're playing.
Yeah, the Saints doing amazing right now. Or, I mean, Western doing amazing right now. The Saints struggling just a little bit too much here. I mean, just look at Maddie. He's getting bullied over by this Jax every single exchange that they have. He can't even go to contest these grubs. And now, these grubs being claimed, Western is going to have all the objectives the Saints have, but with 2 dragons to spare.
Yeah, it's a great play from Western. They're using their item spikes perfectly. Jax has that Trinity Force. Instantly looks for a fight with Volibear, because Volibear just can't compete without his first item. So it's gonna be Blade of the Ruin King on the Kalista. LeBlanc gonna have that first item as well. She's on 4 kills. Looks like Mira loves playing these assassins, and he's able to find the picks early. He's able to get ahead, but let's see if he can snowball later into the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that will be a possibility here. As we see a lot of damage coming out here. Rockboom just trying to make his escape here from this Kalista. They missed the root, but it's not going to matter too much as Rockboom still has to fear the damage from all of these things. And there's an invade happening here.
They can maybe trade the LeBlanc, but she's going to flash out. The Renato comes through, hit onto Maddie, but it looks like Saints want to try and turn the 2v3 Miracle. Had no flash, so Mira finding the roam now after getting that first item back. But you could see Bakery Boy looking for the engage here in the ball lane. Looks like Western will back up. They take their kill, they leave as another nice play from them.
Yeah, a brilliant play from Western, and Saints. We're waiting for that big break that we always call out for. Bakery Boy doing some good damage. Pop Blossom goes up, misses the Pop Blossom. Now Maddie gonna go in, doesn't quite find a stun either. And now it's a 3-on-3 fight. There's a TP coming out from top lane here. It's Ricky LaFleur. Can he save this one? The Polymorph comes out. A lot of damage on both ends. Ricky finds one. Ricky LaFleur gonna find the Jax. Now they're gonna find one right back as there's a TP from the top lane as well on the side of Western. And after an explosive fight, the Saints still aren't on top.
I mean, it's a pretty even fight. A lot of shutdowns going to be now on the Western players' heads, but Saints found a couple kills there. The Pop Blossom was a good engage, but Western had both of their flashes, so trading 1 flash for 2 and ultimate isn't really that worse, but the problem is Maddie on that Volibear is in too deep because he wants to follow up on it, and it just didn't work out for the Saints. They're still somehow... They found a couple of trades. A TP from Ricky was definitely big. And also the Aatrox used Flash there to find that Q3 kill. So a lot forced out from the Saints' hands there. Good fight for both teams. But I think Western is still going to be out ahead as considering they really didn't lose too much.
Yeah, Western looking very good, but just to quickly shout out for anybody watching, we also have other streams happening at the same time. I mean, look at this, it's chaos all around, but if you just want to dial in, focus on one, you can use !streams in the chat. Valorant right now, surprisingly, seems to not be going their way. Conestoga taking a 5-point lead, 6-1 right now, after St. Clair has just been utterly dominant in every other game we've seen so far.
Yeah, and in the bottom left corner, the Saints doing very well in Overwatch, able to get the full cap again on Junkertowns. They've hit a complete reversal from the first map. It looks like they're going to be winning that one now, but Converse is going to put up a fight. Rockboom gonna pick up the first tower here, as Saints looking to get themselves back into this game as well. And can Maddie maybe find a pick here on this Kalista alongside Bakery Boy? You have to be careful though. Don't have too much damage just yet. Bakery Boy still very fed on this Nico, but this LeBlanc might soon become a big problem.
Yeah, this LeBlanc has been very deadly throughout this game, keeping pace with Bakery Boy's Nico. But just the roaming from this LeBlanc has paid off dividends. 5, 1, and 4. You can tell they've been participating in so many kills here. Nearly all of the kills on the board for the side of Western University here. Now, looking at the rest of this map, Saints are not in an unrecoverable position, but they are in a little bit of a rough position.
Yeah, a bit of a pickle, but it's only a 1.5k gold lead. The Saints were able to maintain the early pressure, and they definitely outscale, I believe, with this team comp, because LeBlanc falls off pretty hard, and that Nico will always be useful. They're all on the ward here, though. I don't think they have any idea about it. They have to be very careful here. Now they're going to clear that one out. It was Western looking for an opportunity here. Rockboom gonna find a huge trade onto the Kalista. Gets her down to 1 HP. A great start to the fight for the Saints, as this Rift Herald might just be a waste. The Dragon is up, however, so let's see if Western try and rush this one down. But Ricky is on the backside of the flank there. He has to be careful here not to go down. The tower is here, but it's actually Bakery Boy. He's on 1 HP. Has to be very, very careful here. Does get hit by the chains. Oh, is able to get out of range there. That would have been maybe even a pick early on, but they're going to be looking to die. Bakery Boy has Saints. Going to start off the Dragon. Bakery Boy being zoned is so bad for them, though. But Renata is on a ward. They definitely can see this one coming. The Renata comes through. Maddie will get hit by it. They're going to be jumping on this one. Can Maddie find the Dragon? No, it's going to be the Jax picking that one up. The fight starts off. Ricky is going to go down instantly, as somehow the Saints are going to be losing this one as well. Without that Nico ultimate, this team fighting becomes very, very hard for them, and you could see that in that fight.
Yeah, this game should be winding down soon enough, but what a competitive game. But this is getting pretty crazy here. This could be it for the Saints. This might be heading to a game 3. But most of our other games are on their game 3, so if you want to look at those as well, you can do !streams in the chat and see how Overwatch is doing over there. Back focusing in on this game. Don't know what the Saints could even do at this point to get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, if Western just control the map how they have and play around objectives, that's the way to win. They don't want Western shouldn't be taking any unnecessary fights where they could have a chance of losing, because from the team comp standpoint and whoever, like, you're looking at who's fed, the LeBlanc, the fact that she's on 2 items just can chunk out anybody at this point. So that's how Western need to play. They need to let their LeBlanc find the early trades. If she doesn't, back up a little bit, reset the cooldowns, and go in. Otherwise, the Saints might find an advantage.
Yeah, the Saints are definitely looking to find some advantage here, because if they don't, this is not going to go their way. We see Ricky going to engage here in the bot lane, but that is going to be up against the LeBlanc, and I don't know if he wins it at this point. Doesn't have enough gold, doesn't have enough items, doesn't have enough levels.
Yeah, the LeBlanc is way more fed than Ricky, and Ricky has no MR, so she can definitely one-shot him. He has to be very, very careful here. The only bright side here for the Saints is the fact that Bakery Boy still going to be relatively useful in these team fights, and Rockboom is up a level, is up a bit on the item department, as they're going to be able to find the Jax here, but the Jax wants to fight back. Still, Saints have the numbers advantage here. Should definitely look for a pick. Not going to be able to find and pull the trigger there, as they're going to just be walking around this top side, trying to ward out the Baron and make sure that the Baron won't be taken by Western anytime soon.
Yeah, that's the name of the game right now. They don't want to give up this Baron because that is certain death for St. Clair at this point.
Team fight in the middle.
Team fight in the middle. Ricky not going to be there. And I don't think there's much they can do to win this right here. Try and even out this tower. But right now, things are looking very dicey. Callista's going in, doing damage to Rockman. He manages to get out.
Oh,
gets knocked up there. There's the Renata ult as well. That's going to be massive right now. There's a TP from Bakery Boy here back in the mid lane. Huge flash pop blossom, but no one's there to make up good on that. As Rockroom goes in, dealing consistent damage, but not getting the kill. And there it is, LeBlanc dashing in, getting the kill. They're all falling down one by one. It's all down to Bakery Bill. Triple kill by the LeBlanc. And I think this game is as good as University of Western.
I have to agree with you here. Bakery Boy, though, gonna pick up the LeBlanc randomly in mid lane. That was a good caster course he got for us going. Matthias, thank you for that one. But I have to agree with you. The game is practically as close to over as you can get. They're gonna have the Baron, and they're gonna have it for long enough to the point of where the soul point's gonna spawn up. They're gonna push out all the way of Saints. Have to fight the soul as well. It's gonna be a one desperation last fight, but from the way things are going, I think there's about a 0% chance they can win a team fight. It would really need to be a miracle if they pick this one off.
Yeah, they could slow things down and try and drag this one out, but I think this is going to go over to Western unless some crazy things take place. But nonetheless, I have a feeling this is going to be going to a Game 3. Western University on Soul Point as well. It's going to be Mountain Soul. Not the best, but it's still going to give them some nice survivability.
Yeah, without a doubt, Mountain Soul is always good, especially when you're ahead. Having that soul, because you're already tankier with the levels and items, just makes you so much more harder to kill. As Bakery Boy is gonna get caught out here, will try and make it out of his life, but that's a great pick for West. You could see Saints maybe kind of mentally out of this one, just trying to find something, but just getting picked off left and right. They do find the mid turret, and they definitely still have a bit of hope, but that chain, of course, Ricky to back out. It looks like Western are on the push here. Saints on the retreat. Still gonna look to fight Rockboom. Gonna dive in there on the LeBlanc, but LeBlanc just dashes out. Jack's not gonna walk in. It's a 4v5 for the Saints. Practically unwinnable. That's a huge Renata ult. And follow through should come here for Western, as Saints are gonna drop like flies, and I think that's gonna be all she wrote for the second game. Midwave should get pushed in. They're gonna take at least a couple turrets here. They're gonna get Soul, as Western University have completely outplayed Saints here in game 2, and they will be taking this one. It's just a matter of time when now.
Yeah, they have 12 more kills than the Saints. We're only 22 minutes in. That's been a kill a minute for Western University. Now they just need to start taking it down these towers. Here's Big Boy trying his darndest to keep himself in the game, but there's the ace, probably sealing the fate of St. Clair College. A few of them are going to pop back up now, but I don't see a world in which they can turn this one all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, at an Elder fight, I guess, but this LeBlanc is now on 3 completed items. Jax has a couple items, Aatrox has a couple items, Callista has a couple items. So much gold here from Western. The advantage is 10,000, so they can just beat the Saints with their walls. You can see Matty is attempting to do something here, but if he overextends, he's gonna go down as well. He just can't find anything. A great game here from Western. I mean, Saints gonna have to rethink their strategy after this one. I think they were trying to play through that ball lane with picking that Tristana, but then the Lulu alongside Tristana is kind of an iffy pick. I'm surprised. I don't think they're going to do anything like that again for the rest of the series. I think they were just feeling very confident after the first game and really wanted to show out here. And Western, a team that needs to be taken seriously, you could definitely see that they're capable of taking games.
Yeah, they're definitely capable. This is two very strong teams, but in League, just getting these buffs, that makes all the difference. Getting these early advantages and making sure you can press the advantage and knowing how to use them is the key to victory here. Western University trying to push up this top lane. It's going to be Ricky Owens Lonesome taken down. This LeBlanc is looking to be the MVP on the side of Western. There's the Renata ult coming out, and now they just take them all down. Double kill, triple kill, looking for another kill, but not going to quite find it. Barely gets out. Now they're just going to shove in to this mid tower.
An easy end here for Western. A beautiful game from them as Saints just got absolutely outplayed. They're going to need to rethink things for Game 3 still. It's a best of 5 series, so a lot of League of Legends left for us, but these teams are so evenly matched now. Both these games have kind of been stomps from either side, so I want to see maybe a longer 30-35 minute game coming up, and maybe both teams kind of slowing down the pace, stopping with all the early game fighting and trying to play the objectives a little bit more. But speaking of being down bad, our Saints are down 3-9 to Conestoga. They were definitely big favorites going into this one, but now the sides have flipped. They need to win this pistol round.
It's the 9-3 curse. It's just going to be non-stop wins from here for the Saints. That is the copium that I am huffing here, but we shall see if that will be true. Maybe they're just the attacking dream team here. So we see Giza move in against Conestoga, doesn't find anything, trying to get the wall bangs, not going to find much though. Capturing an alt orb as well. They're sending one, I think that's Giza, over to B site on that Viper, just trying to scout that one out.
You can see Saints playing very, very slowly, not how they usually play. They like to play with confidence, so they definitely have the respect of Conestoga. And being down 9-3 definitely hit them as a reality check. They need to lock in this game, so still very capable of pulling off the comeback. I'm sure they are feeling very, very confident, but let's see how they play this attack. It's going to be a B push coming through. Only a couple members from Conestoga are here. He's going to satchel in, going to peek every corner. Now they know the side is completely open, but do they know that there's a couple players directly behind them? Smiley going to go down to Kip as Instinct finds the trade onto Silly Shadow. Can the Asher get out with her life? No, Giza. Beautiful headshot onto Kip. Saints going to get a plant down, have the 4v3 advantage here, as this should be the round going their way, but it's going to be a miracle. Recontest from Conestoga. They're able to find one onto Instinct, as now the flanks come through from Giza. J-Man going to find a second, going to find a third onto the Viper on 1 HP, as Tillo is in the 1v3 situation. Doesn't know who to shoot at, will go down, and that's going to be a huge round going to Conestoga as they put themselves in the prime position to take the first map.
Yeah, this is looking disastrous for the Saints so far. Conestoga taking the lead and probably taking the next game, and like you said, setting themselves up for victory. But I want to applaud the Saints. They got them all down very, very low. I think in another world where Tillo was not so low on HP, he might have been able to clutch that one out, but hey, this is just going the way of Conestoga right now. They're in their momentum right now, and they're not going to let go here.
And it's a full force here from the Saints. They're not happy they lost that last round. J-Man somehow, he was on like 20 HP, found 3 kills in a pistol round. That is insane. Hero plays from him as Saints gonna rush in here with the Stingers. We'll be able to pick up one early. The trade comes through, but still a good start for the Saints as they get one of the bigger weapons of Conestoga down. They're just going to look to push through and plant the bomb early on, but how is Prey ended up back here? They should be able to find a beautiful flank here. Prey has to find and go massive here. Will get spotted out though by everything and does get taken out as Saints pushing their way into here with the force buy. Might be the play. They're going to look to TP over as the peak comes through. Tillo does fall down, but he didn't have the spike, so it's not the end of the world. 3v3 situation yet again. Saints gonna have to play the post plant on A.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play the post plant, but it's still going to be tough. We've seen Conestoga do some crazy things, like we saw J-Man with no HP, he still stuck it out. Now with Spike down, it is in St. Clair's favor. If they can play their cards right, this could be good for them. Kip gonna go find one, gets the trade. That's not what the Saints want, but it's a 2v2 situation. They just need to drag this out for as long as possible. Still have the Viper to play the post plant. They see it. Now they're gonna have to push it. Seth gets the kill, and now it's a 1v2 situation. J-Man, last remaining defender, trying to get the defuse, trying to bait out the attack. They know it's fake. Pros don't fake, but he does, and Seth manages to get the final kill.
On 1 HP, both Vipers just clutching up for their team. Seth doing it that round for the Saints, so that's a huge force buy from them. Now let's see what Conestoga do. Are they going to force up right back into them? Saints have a couple extra dollars here for some Phantoms and Vandals, and it looks like Conestoga are going to concede their losses. They're going to forfeit this round. Well, not forfeit. They're going to buy some sheriffs and all that, but they're not going to force up too much here. They're fully broke, as Saints are able to get the round back immediately.
If anyone has rounds to burn right now, it's Conestoga. They have a 6-point lead on St. Clair College. They can lose a few more rounds like this, but I doubt they're going to go down without a fight here. Just going to buy a little bit more cheap, a little bit more frugally. As we see it, Giza move in here, clearing that back site very thoroughly, committing a grenade. No one's back there though, as Kip is just around the corner there on the raise. Seth finds one, gonna move in with J-Man. Only pistol in hand, but we've seen what he can do with a pistol. Giza finds another. It's a 3v5 situation. This is looking good for the Saints. Seth moving in, trying to win the fight. Very low HP though, gonna get taken out by Silly Shadow. Smiley has the corner covered, gonna have to back out though, as that's not a position you want to be in. You don't want to be too close to a pistol user.
And this should be a pretty simple round for the Saints. 4v2 post plant. They have all the weapons in the world, and Conestoga just have a couple of pistols. So another good round from the Saints here. It would be a complete miracle if Conestoga can win this one. And you can see they're not even trying to win the round. They just need to find a couple exit picks. That's what they're looking for. But Saints don't want to give that over. Gonna play their lives. All gonna rotate over to A. So good round for the Saints. 10-5 now. Finally, Conestoga will be able to afford a full buy. So it's going to be an important next round coming up here.
Yes, Conestoga playing the save around there, trying to get as much money as they can. That's why they died to the spike there. That was their game plan, getting a lot of money for that. They're going to be able to full buy after all of that. Only one player, none on their team, unable to find a full shield. But nonetheless, they're looking very good. And now the real Valorant begins. Everyone has their full arsenal in hands, rifles all around. Let's see who plays this one better.
Instant has that Astra ultimate as well. That could be very, very crucial in this attack. Let's see how Saints play this one. Playing a default, waiting for Conestoga to make a mistake, but Conestoga gotten this far for a reason. They definitely have been making a lot of mistakes on this map so far, but Saints put themselves in the position to make the comeback here. If they can win this round, get a couple stringing here and there, should be possible for them. But with a minute remaining, they need to make their mind up on where they want to go.
I've seen the Saints do some crazier things, so a comeback would not be unheard of, especially on attack. That's definitely where they're more comfortable. So we can see Seth in a very good position here. Doesn't get the kill, though, as the double peek comes through for Nan.
Good try there from Seth. We've just let off a couple bullets. Maybe would have had a collateral, but nice pick from Conestoga, as Saints gonna have their bomb moving over towards a B, as you can see Saints trying to push out a little bit. The dog is gonna get spotted out the camera here from the so good. He's just perma pinging where they're going into TP taken. B push coming in from St. Clair College. Tillo waiting for someone to come through into that one, but you can see Conestoga not going to make that mistake as Saints push in. 25 seconds remaining. They need to go quickly. This is going to be a huge 1v1 between Giza and Silly Shadow. Can he find the trade here? Oh, Giza found the shots but didn't find the headshot, so Silly Shadow will stay alive. A huge Astra wall though that Saints are going to play around. They're going to choose to push through. Silly Shadow's going to find one, but a couple of trades come out. Instinct through the flash whip.
Wow.
Through the smoke, picks up J-Man. Beautiful shot there. Nan finds one. Tillo going to get the trade. It's going to be Nan in the 1v2. Saints going to take that one home as they look to pull off the miraculous comeback, and they've put themselves in a prime position to do so.
This is looking like the comeback of the century right now, as now just 4 more points to close. 9-3 curse. They're looking to make this one proven real once again, as it looks like Conestoga gonna have to go for a save round once again. That was a very expensive round for them.
Yeah, and only the Astra ult invested there from the Saints is crucial, as Instinct's almost halfway to another one, doing so much there, and through the smokes, finding those kills is just game changing here. Saints can go for a default again. They know Conestoga's on the save. Smiley has to be careful around this corner. No early picks come through, but Saints have played this offense pretty well so far. The only round they lost was kind of to a miracle clutch on the pistol round, but we know that the Saints and their pistols might be their worst enemy sometimes. Giza gonna find the entry frag for the Saints here. big Raze ultimate from Giza, gonna find a second, but using that Raze ultimate on a save round, have to think to yourself, is it worth it? Giza gonna find the third, does get taken down. Seth gonna find one, Smiley finds the last. Clean round from the Saints as they take 7 rounds here and they look to make it back to 10.
And I almost forgot who was on attack and who was on defense with that, because Conestoga had to use the TP approach from bathrooms, and it was just smooth pickings from there for Giza.
Great kills from Giza. Really turned his game around. You could see Saints had a rough half on defense, but they're gonna look to win out for the rest of the map here. Conestoga gonna have another faux buy. What do you think they can change up to maybe stop the Saints offense here?
It's gonna be tough. Don't know what they have to do. They have to figure out what they did in the attacking half. I'd be curious to see what happened there, but nonetheless, have to dig deep and not lose hope here. They are encroaching, but they are just encroaching on a tie. They still will be in a position to win this. They just need 2 more rounds, 3 more rounds to win this all. 2 more rounds to bring us to an OT scenario. I don't think Conestoga is too worried just yet.
I mean, if I was a fan of Conestoga, I'd be getting a little bit worried.
A little bit.
Getting a lot of progress here on this attack, and Conestoga hasn't stopped them from getting into these sides. Saints just get on and get the plant with the relative ease. The Sky Ult comes out. As the plant comes out, it's going to be a 5v5 post-plant battle here.
Yeah, this is it. There is the breach ult there going in. Kip going to take out, or Tilla going to take out Kip there. And move to the back line. There's a trade once again, but Giza going to find a double. It's a 2v3 situation. Conestoga only 2 remaining. Non as the showstopper. Prey has the ult as well, but he's going to get taken down with Seth. Now it's just all down to Non, a 1v3 situation. If he can find an opening pick, this could go his way, but unless that happens, this is as good as one for the Saints.
Yeah, it's going to be him saving his gun. Doesn't want to lose that Vandal because he knows the rest of his team is going to be on the save next round. So Saints pulling a lot of rounds back to back here. I would maybe even a timeout coming out from Conestoga here wouldn't be the worst, as then you reset and stop the Saints down, but the Saints are just flowing so well right now.
Yeah, they need it. It's like, well, at what point do you call the timeout? Maybe when you're tied, but might be too late at that point. I would say next round would be a good time. You'll have some money in the bank, you'll have the rifles, you can really think back, strategize, reset the mental, and try and go in for next. And that round after this one is going to be a key one. That's the one that's going to decide if Conestoga maintains this lead or if the Saints will tie it up. But this one could still go any which way if Conestoga plays their cards right. Like that, finding a pick right off the back with the showstopper.
Nice pick there onto Seth. It's a save round though for Conestoga, so they still have no guns. Investing that Raze ultimate could be either the round winning or in the long run pretty rough play for them, as Saints gonna look to push into A. They pick up the spike. They might need to use some ultimates of their own, but what do they really have after last round? The flanks coming out here from a couple members here, preying on an amazing flank. Does anyone from the Saints have any idea? Is the Cypher going to be able to spot them out here? Goodness, Saints have to be so careful. I don't think they have any idea this flank could possibly be coming through. They don't. The pistol shots are going to come out. Prey picks up one. Spike is planted. Can they find the second? Smiley going to find one. Still very winnable for the Saints here. Smiley going to get out with his life, but it's going to be all on. They stay here on the point. Does get taken down to 51 HP. He's looking up heaven, but there's nobody there. J-Man going to pick that one up, and it's looking disastrous for the Saints down in the 2v4 situation. Prey on the flank. Finds the flick onto Giza's. The defuse going to come through. Smiley doesn't have any utility, and he won't even get in time to peek this one. Saints going to drop down as Conestoga move so much closer to game point.
And Conestoga just 2 points away. And now we are here in the League of Legends draft once again, looking a very similar draft, looking like a mix of the two with a Wukong surprise.
Wukong is definitely a big surprise. Did not expect that coming out from the Saints, especially into the Jax, but I mean, it's an interesting pick. Nico Wukong have the Wombo combo available. If Nico finds the knock-ups, Wukong knocks them back up. That's a good way to play it, but I would like to see a Vi coming out from the Saints. Into that LeBlanc is just such good lockdown. You press R on the Vi, on the LeBlanc. Yes, she can dash away a couple times, but if she doesn't have those dashes available, no matter what, you'll follow her and you will knock her up. And then the rest of the team to follow. But it looks like Saints will be going for that. Western gonna ban out the exact same bans in the first selections as well as the Saints, but in the second selections here, 4 ADCs banned out, and the Jinx instantly locked in for Western. Saints could answer with something crazy like a Draven here, which would be a very, very strong lane down there, but I don't know what other options they really have. No Xayah, no Kalista, no Apheals, maybe no Varus, no Tristana. It's a lot to think about.
Looking very interesting, I would say. I don't know what this bot lane or top lane is going to be. Zeri being hovered and probably going to be committed here. Very interesting. Zeri Nautilus, I guess yeah, that's a pretty good comp there, but Zeri into Jinx, that works too, but I don't know if that will be good, because I know Jinx is amazing right now. Zeri's good right now, but you have to put in that much more work, and I think Jinx has the tools to lock down the Zeri if need be.
And the Greg is going to come out from Ricky up in the top lane, blind picking it again. Greg is good into Jax, good into Alistar, good into Jinx, but let's see what Western pick for the counter pick top. Not really too much you can counter pick into Gragas. He can always clear waves. He can always be tanky. So a very, very safe champion. I was thinking about it last game, but I thought they didn't want to take it alongside the Nico. But now this time they have the Wukong for the damage, so they can take the AP Gragas in the top lane. It's going to be an Aatrox answer from Western. Pretty even matchup up there in the top lane, but very, very complex and interesting draft here.
Very, very interesting indeed. Once again, going for the Aatrox on the side of Western. And why not? It won you that game last time it worked. But the Jinx switch up is interesting, and I don't know if the Saints will be able to deal with that effectively. I believe in Rock Boom, but I don't know about that pick. But going forward, Nico into the LeBlanc once again. The run back, I think Bakery Boy's looking confident into this, but I don't know how well it will go, as last time it did not go very well.
Yeah, it didn't go well. Western definitely had the upper hand there, but Saints just need to slow down a little bit in the early game and not give the LeBlanc the early kills. That's how you play it. If LeBlanc gets early kills, she will destroy your whole team, and we saw a perfect example of that last game. So let's see how the Saints will fare. I don't know about this Wukong pick as well as you said. It's going to be hard to get onto that Jinx, but if one Nico ult ever lands on the Jinx, Wukong has to be there to follow up. Otherwise, it's going to be a complete disaster.
Yeah, Wukong, on paper, he sounds pretty good, and in practice, he could be pretty good. But I feel the use case scenarios for him are very hard to pull off. If you can pull them off, very, very strong. But it's all about finding that perfect time to strike, as with any jungler. But I think Jax also just has a little bit more to him. He can tank a little bit more, he can do a little bit more, stun up a little bit more consistently. But overall, very interesting draft to start things off.
Yeah, and we have a second of time to talk for a little bit. So Overwatch, our Saints, I think, were able to win 2-1 over Converse there. They took the victory on Junkertown, so they will be moving up to 6-0, a perfect first 3 weeks for them. I think only like 4 or 5 teams are going to be at 6-0, so only the best of the best of the best going to be in that one. And it's a big Overwatch tournament. They're doing good to start it off, but as now you start playing the absolute best teams, we're really going to have to see our Overwatch team shine there. And from the Valorant side of things, it was a close game.
I don't know if it's an overtime right now or if it's over and
yeah,
and if Conestoga won. That was a nail biter there, but maybe we'll have those answers soon, hopefully soon. But if you want to find those answers, you can do !streams in the chat, see if they're still up, and just see what's going on there. But we'll be loading in to League of Legends relatively soon. But with all that said, I think we're just waiting to get into game right now.
Yeah, I mean, a couple more games left. We have that Valorant, which is a best of 3, so that's going to be 11-10 Very, very close up there. It was 11-8, but our Saints strung a few rounds together. And look, Conestoga is on a save by. Let's take a look into this game as it's nearing its ending points. Might be heading into overtime as well. Saints gonna pull off another default here as Conestoga gonna look for the early swings.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Non gets taken out by Seth. Now Prey gonna find a quick shot with the Sheriff and gets out clean. 4v4 situation. This is looking pretty dicey right now. The rotate, though, is coming very slow from Conestoga. They're just banking on the Cypher, holding them all off. Now Giza gonna try and clear U-Haul, but not gonna commit too much.
Smiley gonna find Prey here on the flank, and Prey is actually gonna find him. Stank kill of the round for the side of Conestoga. No way they pull off yet another thrifty, right? You have to think to yourself, Silly Shadow is gonna find Giza as well as Saints on these advantaged rounds for them. Just not able to play it well as it's a 2v4 now. Tillo is going to find a massive pick there onto J-Man. Now Saints still have a good position here. Seth has to find this 1v1, does find it onto Prey. Now it's a 2v2 and no real weapons for the side of Conestoga. Saints have brought this round back. You see Kip just doesn't know where to shoot. Seth going to find down as Saints tie this game up and put themselves in a great position to take it all.
11-11, make a wish, and I'm sure if you're a Saints fan, you're wishing that they will bring this one to a victory. But we're just so close to an overtime as well. This is a nail-biter. We rarely ever see the Saints varsity team in this kind of scenario. It's been so long since we've seen them on the edge of a loss. So close. I cannot believe that it's this close already. And right now, who will take the first game? It's all up in the air right now. He's gonna make the approach through bathrooms. Gonna try and find one, and he does through the wall, and he doesn't quite find the second, but that is a good trade. Turn that one right around.
Yeah, a decent start for the Saints. They do lose their entry here, but Instinct has to be extremely cautious here. A couple members directly next to him. I think they might have heard him up there in hookah, but the rest of St. Clair are going to rotate over to B through spawn as Kip going to be forced to back up a little bit here. Saints going to take all of the space here on this B side. Instinct is just chilling as the Cypher is going to find the locations of a couple of members here. Dog doesn't spot out anything but gives Saints a lot of room to work with as the flank is coming out from Conestoga on the backside. Saints going to look to push through. Seth beautifully takes down Kip. We try to find that pop flash. Now Saints can look to get the plant down. G-Man taking down to 60 HP, does get stunned up. Does Tillo find the swing? Yes, he does. What a shot from Tillo there. Saints have the 4v2, and it's going to be a near impossible retake here from Conestoga.
Yeah, it's going to be nigh impossible for Conestoga to flip this one around, but we just might be able to see it as Non finds one. It's a 2v3 scenario. It could still turn the way, and Non's going crazy, but it's shut down. 3 kills, bringing this to a 1v2 scenario. It's Prey looking for some kills here, trying to reverse the scenario of his name, trying to be the predator here, but I don't know if he will be able to find it. The Aster pull, he has to wait that one out. Now, gonna fake the pull, sees one hookah, does he know where the second is? Doesn't get the kill, gonna get taken down by Tillo, and now Saints are on match point. When they started this half, it was 9-3. They have won 9 rounds in a row, bringing us to 12-11. Conestoga winning 1 in this half. If my math is correct, this should be a Saints win, unless Conestoga digs deep, flips the script, and brings us to an overtime.
Yeah, Conestoga doesn't have the weaponry to really compete here with the Saints. The Saints should be able to close this map out, but Conestoga still going to be a bit upset at themselves, obviously up 9-3. They were up 11-8 as well at one point. Just couldn't find the closing round, but still have a chance to send it to overtime. The ultimate's going to be used early on from Conestoga, from the Viper, making sure nobody can enter into this A side. So Saints are going to respect that play from side Conestoga, and all going to rotate over to B as they look to make their initial push, probably using the breach ult.
Yeah, prepping the breach ult, lining it up just right. Now they're going to jump in. Doesn't
check
check
this
the
guy.
corner. And now this could be disastrous here. Kep peeks through. Doesn't get the kill though. Giza shuts him down. Quick reaction time. There's a flash. There's a blast pack. They're going in. They're going in fast.
HP.
Finds one low HP, one health left to his name. There's a showstopper. Nan going to find one from way downtown with the splash. Nan going to find another. Nan going crazy. Going to get hit with the breach. Oh, the Saints want to win this one. It's going in. It's going messy. It is a 1v2 scenario. And it's just down to J-Man with a pistol. Once again, we've seen it before. Will he be able to make this one crazy once again?
I mean, I think Saints shouldn't go over to the A site. They should fight on this B side because J-Man doesn't have a weapon. He's going to drop down, and that's going to be the map. Going over to the Saints, they take it 3-1. Great comeback from them as now they put themselves on match point. But you know, with game day, it's so awesome. We never get any time off any games, so we're going to be going right into game 3 of St. Clair and Western University. As let's see how Saints are gonna do in this one.
Yeah, this one just starting off pretty normal. No one wants to take risks. It's a 1-1. Respect is earned on both halves. No one going for an absolutely insane invade. So we're going to be in for a typical start, I believe. Right now, we're seeing Jack's going to start red up top, and I think Wukong's going to start blue up top. So there might be some crossover soon enough.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty standard. Alistar kind of useless, a level 1 here, so the Saints should have some early pressure. Miracle definitely just waiting for a hook onto this Jinx, which would be amazing here. Maybe there was a little window for it there, but Jinx just hiding behind those last 2 minions, making sure she can't get touched. But now walks up a little bit. Can Miracle find it? Yes, he does find it onto the Jinx. Should be a little nice trade here for the Saints, but they don't really have any kill pressure. Zeri level 1 isn't the strongest champion either.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a very limp fight on both ends right now, but hey, that's a big hook actually from the Nautilus. That's going to be some nice damage on the Alistar, and they get out with very little punish.
Yeah, good hooks from Miracle so far in this game, letting Saints get pushed down in that bottom lane. In the top lane, Ricky on the Gragas, definitely one of his better picks here. Is going to be able to stay at least even with his Aatrox, probably even get it pretty ahead if I were to guess so, but in these team fights, he's going to have to be finding those Gragas ultimates on the Jinx, otherwise that's basically his only job this game. Just find the Jinx, throw the ult on her, peel for your Zeri, and that's going to be the way to win here. This LeBlanc from Mira is definitely a comfort pick here, as he's doing so well in these early games against Bakery Boy. Not something that's very easy to do. Bakery Boy has been playing insanely well as of late, but Mira has definitely been finding the early team fight picks, early picks for the side of Western, so Mira definitely a big player to look out for.
Yeah, this is looking to be a big engage here in the bot lane, but not much going to come of that. Gets slowed down, but right now this Zeri doing an amazing job at just whittling away at the support right now. As we look over across the map, we see an engage also happening in the top line between the Gragas and the Aatrox, but I don't know what's going to come of that. Also in the mid lane, it looks like Nico doing a good job at keeping LeBlanc at bay. I think the Saints are doing a much better job this time in the macro, in the early game, than they were last game.
Absolutely, they're just making sure they don't slip up. As you can see, both teams have kind of turned it down a notch. Both junglers aren't in this ball and just looking to dive as the late recall comes out from Alistar. It's not going to get stopped. So the Saints are going to be able to get some bot push as the call comes out for the Jinx. As expected, the TP comes back to mid. Ricky now just farming up at the top lane. Matt is here, but no real kill angle as yeah, very slow early game. Dragon's up in 30 seconds, Grub's up in 30 seconds. Both teams gonna look to prioritize one of those. It looks like the Western gonna be going to prioritizing the top lane. Ricky has to be careful here to not overextend here, as Crackdown is here. One stun could be all she wrote, but that means that Maddie is coming up to respond to that, as I think Rip Grubs is gonna be the first big fight here.
Another big fight here happening in the top lane. Aatrox very low, but does he want to take the double fight right now? No. Jax is just going to turn over towards the Grubs and keep the pressure by disappearing into the bush. Right now, Gonna look over to mid lane as well, as there's a scuffle happening between the Nico and LeBlanc. Lots of things happening all over the map right now.
And the Grubs get started up here. Ricky hasn't gone back and TP'd. Neither did Dr. Calculus. He just backed. Oh, he didn't back at all either. So Jack's just gonna find an early steal onto one of these Grubs, but now Ricky's gonna be backing. He has that level 6. He's gonna have that lost chapter, I believe. So it's gonna be a very strong Gragas here. I don't think that Jack's gonna contest this, as he's gonna be giving the rest of these Grubs Saints. Gonna take a 2-1 advantage on that one.
Yeah, Saints gonna get the early edge on the Grubs, but Dragon don't know who's going to be up there next. It's all looking to be pretty dicey so far, but don't quite know how this one's going to shake up. No early first bloods here either. This is looking to be a much more competitive game. Everyone's being very cautious. No one wants to lose the lead here.
Yeah, both teams have an insane amount of scaling here with Jinx and Zeri, so kind of a chess match here between both of them. As the Zeri's going to be sitting under tower trying to last hit here. It's going to be Loyal and Lynx finding the push here. Saints going to look to find the last hits here. They're able to do so with relative ease. Nothing too dangerous going on there, but it looks like Western want to make their way over to the Dragon.
Doing an amazing job so far, but Western looking to punish the Saints right now. Maddie getting caught out in the bush. Now this is going to be a massive fight. Blood will be drawn here soon enough.
No mana on LeBlanc.
And it looks like they might be able to get that LeBlanc, but they're not gonna quite get it. But they might be able to turn that something here into a kill. They need to try and turn this into a win somehow, because they just lost too much health here. There's Pop Blossom, they're committing a lot here. There's the hook, gonna take down the Alistar. First blood goes to Zeri. Now they're gonna try and take down this LeBlanc as well, and they do so. They're gonna lose one of their own right there. Now Rockboom gonna go down. They're gonna try and take down this Jinx, and they do, but just barely. Just one more is left on this team for Western, and the Saints get the edge 4-2.
Crazy fight there from the Saints. They kind of all in on the Alistar. I'm confused why on Alistar didn't choose to flash out of that Nico ultimate. I'm pretty sure if he did that, Western just run away with that fight. But the fact that he got hit by that, they were able to find the kill on him. And Mira also didn't use his flash on that LeBlanc. So a couple key plays from the Saints, able to deny the playmaking plays from Western, really won them that fight. Rockboom went a little bit too deep on that Zeri, found the final blow, but was forced to flash out. Jinx flashed on him, but on the other side of the fight, Maddie on that Wukong just getting a little bit more damage done in the early game against the Jax. As the fight goes over to the Saints, they're going to be up 1k gold. Dragon still up, but it's looking like Miracle going to be going for an engage. Rockboom hits level 6. Anything is good here, but Loyal does have that flash on Alistar. I think they both know that. Still going to chunk out Alistar nice here. Rockboom uses that ultimate. I don't know if they can find the kill onto Alistar here. Forcing out the flash. Does get it. Nice kill there from Rockboom. The W hits from this Jinx. She has to be careful not to overextend though, because Maddie is here. Beautiful hook coming out from Miracle. That should be another kill onto Lynx. Miracle playing amazingly on this Nautilus so far. Gives Rockboom a couple kills, and now Saints finding that advantage in the ball lane. That's going to be a great beginning for them.
Amazing beginning for the Saints, already up 4 kills here, and it's just stacking 6 kills as a team as a whole. They are looking very good in this early game, and that is the first time I'm saying that today. They've struggled in the early game time and time again, but it seems like this third game they are locking in here.
And Ricky gonna look for a little roam. There is a Wukong behind. Somehow. No, there's a Jax behind, sorry, somehow. I think they might be looking for him. Ricky is gonna spot him here. And Jax, you know, not very good into Gragas. Ultimate's gonna come out from Ricky, and this Jax is as good as dead. I don't see any way out for him. He has no flash, no real wards to get to.
Oh no,
huge
the Pop Blossom
though. Ricky has to be careful on 1 HP. Ult comes out from Jinx as well. LeBlanc might have overextended here. Miracle, can he find the hook here onto the LeBlanc right around the corner?
Need a miracle.
Needs a miracle hook here. Nice little root though coming out from Bakery Boy. Maddie's gonna pick that one up as Western are not finding any plays here. St. Clair shutting down all of their win condition.
Yeah, shutting them all down, and now this is looking like a very St. Clair dominated game. But each team not fully clearing the grubs, I need to mention. Each just 1-1, no one getting the 2 grub lead so far. But right now, Rockboom holding this one down solo, trying not to overextend right now.
Yeah, and Ricky roamed there, does lose a little bit of pressure up in that top lane, but doesn't lose too much in the end as Jax did go down, so still very, very good for them. Rockboom now going to be happily farming down here in the bot lane, working towards that static shiv. It's so close to it, and as soon as he gets that one, then Saints will more than likely look to force the dragon, but before that timer's up, Western maybe have one final opportunity to take this first dragon right from underneath Saints' noses.
They have an opportunity here, but will they use it? Don't know if they will. They've been very cautious this game, and right now they're pretty far behind. They're 3k gold behind, just 10 minutes in. I don't see them even doing anything risky here.
Yeah, all items picked up by the Saints. You have the Trinity Force, the Rocket Belt. Those two items are going to win you that first fight, basically single-handedly, but let's see how Maddie decides to play it. I don't think Western should at all walk anywhere near this dragon. I don't think they can contest the one. They're just coming back from spawn. So they're going to be giving this one nice to pick up the Mountain Soul when you're ahead, as Saints look to push their advantage.
Yeah, they're going to push this one all the way to the end, and look at that. Already getting the first dragon. A little bit delayed, but that is one of the first dragons I've seen them get in a while after they got none the last game, so props to them. Having an amazing third game here. But no towers have been dropped. It's not a complete landslide just yet. The Saints have a lead. They just need to not let go of it just yet.
And now the Saints need to be the one making the plays. They need to go to these grubs, start hitting away at those, start invading the enemy jungle, try and make the map as open as possible, take the turrets. Obviously still very early into the game, but the fact that this Jax is able to sneak away these grubs is very, very important for Western, as it denies Saints that split pushing, that turret taking that they would like to have. But with Nico and Gragas, not the strongest split pushers, just champs that they'll be fine in the lane. They won't be taking the turrets too quickly, as a Gragas went for a Roa. Going to be going for that tanky build alongside the AP. So it's going to be a very, very interesting game. But as you said, Saints are going to have a huge, huge advantage moving into the future.
Very big advantage so far, but they haven't really utilized it effectively. They've been using a lot of lockdown tactics, making sure Western doesn't do all too much on the board other than farm. They haven't turned this lead into too many more kills, haven't turned it into too many more objectives just yet. Saints playing with a lot of respect so far. And I'm excited to see what Western's response is going to be, because that was just the early game. We still have the mid to late game to go. If they can just keep farming, try and play a little bit of catch up, and we might see a comeback here.
Yeah, and Saints are definitely going to be really happy with how this earliest game has gone so far, but we just need to see them lock in and still play good League of Legends, can't get too ahead on themselves, and start focusing on things that don't matter. Need to take this game, and one game at a time is how you win a best of 5. And it's going to be the invades finally coming through from St. Clair. They've realized they need to start pushing their advantages. Rockboom Miracle going to come back into this lane. Maybe look for a hook here. No, I don't think so. This Jinx is walking up pretty far. Nobody's here. Jax actually moving over. Rockboom going to get hit by that one, as Nico is here. Are they going to look for the dive in this ball lane? I don't think they should go for it just yet. This Jax is doing a great job of covering, but Miracle, this might be a great bait from him, as the rest of the team is coming through. He ults onto the Jinx. Can rock oh, beautiful Pop Blossom from Bakery Boy there, but still the kill's going over towards the side of Western. That Jinx is on 1 HP. Rockboom might have went a little bit too deep. Gonna get caught by the change of the Jinx Rocket. Finds the Jax as well, still able to stay alive with his life. Bakery Boy needs to find a route here onto this Alistar if they want to pick it up. Ricky now instantly TPing here. Can he find the cask here, as he's gonna have the ultimate ready? Needs to find it onto the LeBlanc here, but won't throw it out. The flash is there. In the end, a 1-for-1. Still, Saints might be able to take this first turret, but Western gonna get a lot back on the top side.
Yeah, they're gonna get the first turret, but it looks like it's gonna be a response from Western. Not gonna be able to get the first turret though. Gonna get it very, very low nonetheless. Now we need someone up there guarding that as soon as you can get it. We're about a minute or so off from the next dragon as well. After that, finally know what the soul of this game will be.
Yeah, and any soul is good obviously, but you want that mountain soul, that the hectic or the infernal, you know, those are kind of
Those are the heavy hitters.
Yeah, the heavy hitters, those are ones you absolutely never want to give over to the enemy team because it makes the game so hard to play. Obviously, Chemtech and Ocean have their strong points, but it's definitely going to be the Saints looking to pick up this Ocean Dragon and then try and get to that soul point as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is looking very interesting right now. But what else is interesting? We also have a Valorant stream concurrently happening, so you could use !stream in the chat if you want to check that one out. But I'm going to turn right back to League as we have a storm brewing here in the mid lane.
Yeah, both teams going to look to push us. St. Clair finally getting back into the groove of things, taking the early 2-0 lead in Valorant. Kind of what we expected from them in the first map, but
this is Lotus attack. This is classic. This is what the Saints want. They love this. Every time I've seen them play this map, you can look at the VODs. They do very well. But they did just win Pistol the one after that. We'll see if they can win that one. But nonetheless, both these games are looking very interesting. So if you want to just dial in on one, you use !streams if you choose to do so.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bit of a fighting in the bottom right screen. That's League of Legends. They're going to be able to find that Jinx immediately. And this is a beautiful start to the fight for the Saints. Ricky, beautiful flash with the E there. Forces out the flash as well there from LeBlanc. As Ricky's looking to cut off this Aatrox. I don't think they're going to chase this one too hard. That's another free dragon for the Saints. You can see how useful these picks are into this Jinx. She just can't do anything, gets hooked in there by Miracle, who's having an amazing game on this Nautilus, and the rest of the team is there to follow up. Saints gonna take the second dragon and a 5k gold lead.
The only person not having the best game ever is Gragas right now, but even him, even Ricky up there in the top lane, not dying, not having a bad game. He's still doing his job, getting these support kills, getting these assists, and they're just doing amazing as a team altogether.
Yeah, the Rift Herald is up. Western gonna probably take this one for free as Saints chose to just back up, a reset, get their gold going, but let's see if Saints choose to. It looks like maybe they're gonna fight this one. They have the hectic portals, and yeah, Western realize that's the case. They're just gonna completely give up on it. You can see there's a random minion in the river. Oh,
I wonder who that is.
It's a miracle. How did he get in there? Well, that's gonna be Bakery Boy making his way probably towards the top lane, clear out that wave up against Amira. The rest of the Saints probably going to focus their attention out towards that Rift Herald. You want to try and take every single objective when you head this far, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, this is what they want to do. Just make sure Western can't do all too much here. And St. Clair, like we were discussing earlier, is going to have the edge on this Hextech Soul here. A little bit of an engage down there, but there's going to be a bigger engage here in the mid lane. They're just keeping Western at bay right now, trying to get this last rift. They have 2 more minutes to do so before Baron is up.
And this is a certain rift for the Saints. Western can't even walk up to think about contesting, as that's going to be huge for the Saints. Next time that dragon spawns, they won't have the rift, but the Baron might be up as well, so they can leverage that Rift Herald to maybe make their way over to the Baron and just one-shot it. They don't do it too quickly with their team composition. They don't have too much DPS, but it looks like Saints want to go aggressively. Maddie going into the backlines with Miracle here. Miracle will get hit up by a chain. Does get rooted up, but the first turret in the top lane is gonna fall in the Saints' favor. Let's see if they decide to push into the tier 2s with a Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're going to claim this first turret. It's going to go down in no time at all. Now, do they go for the early Baron, or are they just going to keep playing these lanes like they have been? Rock Boom clear is just so good right now. Going to clear that out in 2 quick bursts.
Yeah, having that Runan static shift just makes your wave clear so much stronger, but kind of takes away from your team fighting a little bit. Takes you a little bit longer to get those big item spikes like IE and the things like that. So it's going to be Dragon spawning up in 2 minutes 30. I think Saints are just going to chill out, push waves. There's a random pink ward in the mid lane now. They're going to be going on this Jinx, and Miracle gonna look for an ultimate. Maybe no. The flash forced out by Jinx though was massive, as now she's gonna be so vulnerable in these team fights. Ricky can flash on her, Maddie can flash on her, Bakery can flash on her. And there's just nothing this Jinx can really do in these team fights, considering how far behind they are.
Yeah, they're so far behind at this point. They're nearly they're 5k gold behind at this point. It's not looking like this St. Clair train is going to stop here. They are gonna ride it all the way to the last station here. As we see Ricky gonna get ganked up here in the top lane though. They're trying to find the weakest link in the chain, but he is also the tankiest link in the chain. He's gonna get out without too much of a hassle.
They do get his ultimate out, but how good is that? Now there's going to be a force up in the mid lane for the Saints. They get the Rift Herald crash, but not going to get the turret just yet. And they have to be careful here for the LeBlanc TP. She's going to TP up to the down to the ball lane, so nothing drops down in there. But still, Saints forcing out a lot of cooldowns, a lot of utility from Western just to hold on to their turrets.
Next Dragon's going to be up in a minute, but before then, they still need to play around this Baron. Make sure you have vision. You want to make sure you have the correct position because you don't want to give up an early Baron to Western.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to do, but it's still, the Saints just have the Dragon as their win con. Now a minute from spawning. Ricky's kind of unkillable here in the top lane unless the Jax tries to look for something. There's no E, and you can see as soon as Ricky uses that E, Jack's gonna sprint up to the top lane. This should be a kill for Western. I don't see a way they messed this up, but I speak too soon. Ricky has the flash, gonna be forced to use that one. Still, that's a huge cooldown burn for him for practically no reason.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but hey, cooldown's better than a death. Manages to get out there. Now he's going to move in. Matt's going to secure that kill on Wukong. And now Rockboom on a rampage right now. He's just unstoppable here.
Baron?
Maybe? Oh, this is looking like a Baron. There's vision, they know. So they're going to have to move, and they're going to have to move this Baron quick.
This is a risky start. Maddie having no ultimate, Rockboom not having ultimate as well. I don't know how much I like this coming up from the Saints, but I think they're going to turn for the fight. Because flipping this would just be a bad idea. But can Western even get inside the pit here? It looks like Western are completely giving it up as their LeBlanc's down in the ball lane with no TP. They're just going to trade out the Dragon here, but I don't think Saints are going to let that happen that easily.
No, they're not doing enough damage here to beat the speed of the Saints. Ricky here already putting pressure, going to scare him off. They're all going to collapse on him, but that's the main tank right there. That's not what you want to focus on. They're going to go in. Look at that. 3 are already dangerously low. They're all going down. Baker Boy is unstoppable right now. Ricky LaFleur getting one as well, and another one to boot. Rockboom getting another. Now there's just 2 up in the jungle. Double kill coming out from the Nico here, and now there's just one. It's just Alistar. They're gonna ignore him, and they're gonna secure this 3rd Dragon. They're 1 point away from Soul. They have Baron. They have 13 kills on the enemy team. This is looking like a Saints win.
Yeah, that was just the game-winning fight there. You could see that Alistar gonna back in that bush, but I don't even care if they kill him at this point. They have the Baron. They're going to take the middle inhibitor here, and that was a great fight. Everyone from the Saints lived at 1 HP, so Western definitely had a good fight in them as well, but just not good enough. And Saints now themselves in a prime position to win this game. I don't think there's any way they can throw this one away. Rockboom's on 3 items. Bakery Boy soon's going to have that Sonya's Hourglass. Ricky should be able to pick up his 2nd item relatively soon. And Maddie now going to pick up that 2nd item as well. You can see they're just so far ahead in both gold objectives as Western just seem to be falling apart.
Yeah, this is looking very good for St. Clair. Western do a good job at holding on, but there's only so long you can hold on for before the tower comes crumbling down here. If it's not over from this Baron push, it's going to be over with the claim of the Soul in about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, the Soul is going to be the nail in the coffin, but I don't even know if we're going to make it that far. Miracle going to look for an early pick here, has the Hex Flash, but it looks like Saints going to play the good macro game, just stack up on top lane, take this tier 2. Get even more gold in your pockets. Rockboom, level 14 on this area, same level as enemies solo laners. Maddie is level 14 as well. As this LeBlanc will take this bottom tier 2, but I don't think Saints really care too much about that. They're going to be looking to take the inhibitor here in the top lane. They're not going to be happy that LeBlanc is just there taking away some of their turrets. So let's see how much the Saints can force here. Teamfight is going to get started off in top. The TP in the backline faked by the Jax, but you could see how much space Saints have with this Baron buff.
They have so much space to work with here. Now we're going to be moving in. doing so much damage to that turret with the Barret buff and all that DPS. There it is. Getting a root from long range, keeping that Alistar at bay, can't get the engage, just barely misses the Miracle Hook. Now we're seeing a push from the mid lane as well from Bakery Boy, doing a lot of damage onto Loyal, and now this is looking like the end for Western. They're all down to their last 2 turrets, and there's no way they can push in against all this damage here.
Yeah, the game is for sure gonna end here. The ultimates come out from everybody but Saints. Up 10k gold. They're just gonna kill everybody. The Wukong does fall, the Aatrox falls down as well on the Rock'em on the backline. We'll pick up a couple. Saints gonna take a map 3 here, or game 3 here, as they put themselves on match point after yet another very, very dominant game.
Yeah, this is looking to be that game. Wow, what a showing from St. Clair. And now this will probably be close to the end for League of Legends. St. Clair looking to be in the winning position right there. But right now, looking at this map over in Valorant, I'm not even surprised at this point.
Yeah.
This is the position, this is the map where they want to be. They're up 7-0, but it is a surprise nonetheless after how close that last game was.
Yeah, without a doubt, Conestoga definitely giving Saints a run for their money in that first map, but the second map doesn't even look a close one a bit. Saints having an insanely good map, up 7-0, but we saw Conestoga come back from a very, very desperate position last game. Can they do it again? Oh, we saw the Saints come back from desperate position last game. Seth gonna find that headshot onto Kip, as he's gonna look to make even more space here. Finds none, finds the spray, as it looks like it's falling apart for Conestoga. Here's Smiley gonna find prey across the map. The plant's gonna go down. J-Man's gonna be able to find one, but how much more can he find? Silly Shadow finds one as well.
Okay.
So Saints gonna be dropping here and there, but J-Man does go down, and beautiful shots there for Minx. It takes down a couple, give Saints an 8-0 lead.
Yeah, what an interesting showing here. The Saints just being utterly dominant here on the attack. And once again, Conestoga has maxed out loss bonus, but they still have to alternate between these buying and saving rounds to get the full effectiveness here. They sure do have a lot of ults. They have 4 ults on the line. They don't have that Killjoy ult, though, the strongest of the ones on the board here. They have the Breach ult, too. It's very strong. They have some options here, but it's the question is, when do you commit these ults? When this game is not going your way, when do you try and make that gamble?
The Omen's gonna TP in. Instinct picks up the opening frag. Gonna find the second fatal. Comes out from Tillo, and that's gonna be the full point capture by the Saints. The plant is going to go down. They're gonna have a very easy 5v3 hold here. Giza on the backline finds one, almost finds the second. Kip does find a J-Man, is going down, so it's gonna be Kip in the 1v4. And the Saints know exactly where he is. He's going to look for a couple extra shots. He's able to find one. Trade comes out from Instinct. Very simple round for the Saints, as I think Conestoga might be a bit demoralized after the first map.
Yeah, I think the mental boom is definitely hitting right now, especially after such a close map, losing that one just by a hair, and then going into this one, and you can't even find some ground to stand on. It's got to be very tough to deal with, but it could all change right here. You could maybe even have a St. Clair moment of your own if you can win the next 3 rounds right here.
I mean, it's a lot to ask for. This is Saints' best attacking map, I want to say. I never see them even have a close map on this one. Just on attack, they know how to play this map perfectly, and you could see how quickly they're playing. They're just running over Conestoga. Smiley, he's in the spawn picking up prey early. It's just Silly Shadow inside of here. Smiley gonna find a second. Silly Shadow gonna go down to Smiley as well. J-Man picks one up, but the plant's gonna go down yet again. 3v2 retake for side Conestoga. Smiley looking for that ace. Only has 8 bullets.
Oh.
Will play a bit too aggressive. Does go down. So 2v2. Very winnable for Conestoga.
Definitely. It's very winnable 2v2, but time is ticking. They're wasting a little bit too much time here. Trying to be very careful, but at this point, at this late in the game, you kind of need to just go as fast as you possibly can. And the Viper Pit is down for St. Clair, so they're going to be walking in completely blind and 1 shot away from death. Seth is on the prowl with the shorty. He's encroaching very carefully like a snake in its pit. And now, there it is. He gets one, looking for another. No, it's a 1v1, but with time ticking and 1 health remaining on Nan's side, this is not going to go his way. tLoW looking for a cheeky knife, not going to find it. But 3 kills from Nan, good showing. But the scoreline, 10-0.
Saints just completely demolishing Conestoga, and yet again Conestoga won't be able to afford a full buy. You can see they got some Vandals, they got a Bulldog in there, but no full shields, no ultimates. They also invested pretty heavily in the last round. So Saints trying to find the 13-0 definitely would be a good little moral boost for them after such a close first map, which they definitely don't think should have been that close. So a bit of a slow start for them here, but Instinct 14-4 on the Raze has to get a lot of praise for all the work he's done this game.
For sure, he's done an amazing job so far, but sometimes the Saints just play that much more amazingly here. Seth opening this door up, already just basically asking Conestoga to push through that door.
They left the spike in the spawn, though, the Saints did, so they can't get the plant down, and it's going to come back to bite them. I don't know why they left the spike in the spawn. They had the A site completely for free, but now this gives Conestoga a chance in this round. They have a 4v2 situation. Prey on 1 HP will find one. We'll look for the second Seth, not needing to pull off a miracle, as there's going to be the first round going to Conestoga. Saints just forgot the spike, and that cost them the round.
A very weird mistake to lose a round over, just leaving the spike. No one wanting to pick that one up, carry it all the way to the end. Very strange, but hey, we're here in the last half. We're going to be seeing everyone spend all their money, and now we shall see how this one shakes up. Will this be 10-2 or will this be 11-1? I'm excited to see if the Saints, maybe that will be their mental boom right there.
I mean, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But it is possible.
It's possible. Maybe losing a round just shakes you up a little bit too much. I mean, look at that. Oh, they answer it right back, though. Giza finding a double.
Yeah, it was maybe a good start for Conestoga, but still, getting a 2-for-2 trade is not the end of the world. Seth going to get this plant down on B completely uncontested. Smiley, how's he always in the spawn of the enemy team? Is able to pick up Kip, and the Saints have a 3v2 situation. Conestoga are kind of all over the place. One person on A, one person on C. It's going to be a very, very hard retake into the Saints here.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult retake here. J-Man on the prowl, trying to guard, get into this spike to get the defense, but with the Killjoy ult happening, he's got to move quick. Guess you could try and play it safe right now, but with time not on your side, you need to move as fast as you can here. Killjoy ult is down. He's going in, committing the concussed, committing the flash. Not going to get anything, though, as now the scoreline, 11-1. If Saints win this pistol, I'd say this is as good as one.
Absolutely. If Saints win this pistol round, the map is done. The series is done. But if Conestoga, I mean, it's going to be more than a miracle now. Being the underdog and being down 11-1 after a close first map is just mentally shattering. Let's see how Saints decide to play the defense. We're going to have a couple of Sheriffs, a couple of Ghosts, and a Classic.
And one other thing I want to mention too, you were in the lead for that first game. You were winning,
9-3.
And now you've been deprived of a win for so long. It's been maybe 20 rounds of just utter dominance from the Saints straight.
Yeah, absolutely. The Saints have just hit a real 180 as well. Saw that in Overwatch, see it here again. When it matters the most, our Saints turn it up to a new level. Giza, though, is going to be in a very rough position here. Prey's going to find one. Giza going to go down as well, as looks like Conestoga maybe on the attack, have something cooked up the Saints aren't ready for.
Yeah, definitely. Saints playing on the back foot here, but it's pissed around anything as possible. Little guy going to drop the spike, going to get taken down. Smiley going to take one out as well. Move it over 3v4, much more winnable for the Saints. Going to try and even this one out, but they can't find a pick. Actually, Seth does, and now it's going to be another trade. It's a 1v2 scenario for Kip. It's a 1v1. He has one shot away from death, but if he gets the headshot with this Ghost at any range, it will be a kill. This is a one shot. It's a quick draw, and tLoW takes the round here, and it is 12-1. No money left in the bank for Conestoga. This is looking like the series will go over to St. Clair College.
This should more than likely be going in the Saints' favor, but they don't have enough money for Vandals or Phantoms. They didn't get the plant down. They didn't have anyone get a lot of kills, so weaponry is going to be quite scuffed for both teams here. Because the Instinct going to be having that judge picked out on defense, sorry. So let's see where he decides to defend. He's going to be on that A site, as it looks like Conestoga are throwing all their berries in this mid push. Tillo, though, gonna stop that one immediately. Finds a couple. Smiley finds a third. The Saints are sprinting into the spawn of Conestoga. Smiley finds a fourth, and that is gonna be all she wrote. Seth finds the last kill, and that's gonna be the game. Saints take a 2-0. They take the series 2-0, and they're gonna be victorious today.
Yeah, congratulations to St. Clair College Varsity Valorant team. They did an amazing job here, bringing it back from the brink in that game one, and just continuing with the momentum from there on out. But overall, congrats to Smiley, congrats to Instinct, and congrats to Prey. He did amazing as well. All the players on both teams, great job, everybody. But that is not all we have here for today. It is going to be a little bit of a slideshow. We're having some camera issues here and there, so bear with us. But with all that said, we're going to throw it to a break soon enough. We're going to be getting into the draft for League of Legends Game 4 very soon. I'm excited to see how this one goes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the League of Legends draft. Here we are, already in the thick of it here. We're halfway through. All the bans have been done. Half the picks have been done. We have a lot to go over here.
Yep, so Western Blue side, they banned the Azir Nico and Olaf, and then Saints banned out Kalista Aso and the Jace. Western first picked the Ahri, Saints answered with Nautilus Gragas. Western picked Sejuani Aphelios, and the Saints locked in the Sylas. Then more bans came out. Western banned out Varys Zeri, St. Clair banned out Tom Kench Renata. Then Saints picked up the Lucian. Western picking up the Renekton here. And now they're going to be looking for a support to join alongside this Aphelios. Let's see what they decide to go with.
Yeah, let's see what they go with as well. This is interesting. Right now, I've seen Aphelios time and time again, but I've rarely seen an Aphelios really work very well. I find it's very hard to perform champ. When it works great, but I see it not work more times than it goes.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Braum, a last pick picked up here for the side of Western. Let's see what Saints decide to answer with. Might see a Vi, a Wukong. I don't think we're going to see a Skarner. That would be pretty interesting. The rework Skarner. I think
it would be a wild pick, but hey, we're here. They're in the lead. No, we're going to see Wukong.
We're going to see Wukong. Wukong's pretty good here. Armor Shred, good champion. Saw how much work Wukong did last game, and feels very similar champion to Jinx. Very easy to get onto. Doesn't have too much to get away from you. No real movement abilities. Wukong, Gragas, yet again, going to look to get into that backline. Now with the Sylas alongside them, that's going to make things a whole lot scarier.
Yeah, definitely. Sylas is looking very lethal. It was very good on the game Western played as well, but we're seeing a little bit of a switch-up, actually, of the first game. Ahri being played into a Saints Sylas is going to be interesting to see. Sejuani, once again, I think that was one of the better junglers, but I think I liked the last pick as more. But nonetheless, things are looking pretty good on both sides. I'll fully admit, I wasn't a Wukong believer when I first saw him, but after seeing its performance in that game, I believe in the Wukong.
You believe. I mean, if Wukong can just get to that Aphelios and press R, that's all he really needs to do. In the early game, needs to just not get counter jungle into Sejuani. It's not too hard. You have a decent matchup there. You win the 1v1, I think, early on. So it's just going to be Wukong getting onto that Aphelios. If they can find the hooks again, like they did last game from Miracle, he really did a great job on that Nautilus, getting pick after pick, getting flash after flash, and that really set the Saints up for success.
Definitely, and I'm excited to see if their success is inevitable or if this might go all the way to a Game 5. We shall see it soon enough, but we're going to throw it to a quick break before that, and we'll see you very soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Game 4 of cLoL Playoff East Finals against Western University. St. Clair up 2-1 in the series currently, but this could be it. This could be the nail in the coffin. Western University, they don't want to go down without a fight. The Saints, they want to win it all right here.
And Saints going for a bit of a risky pick, by the way, in Lucian. We didn't talk about it too much during the draft, but Lucian is not something you see too often, especially without the Nami. So it's going to be interesting how Raccoon plays this one. He is very, very good on the Lucian as well. So it's going to be interesting. In the mid lane, this Ahri should have the early push into the Sylas. Just how it went one way, it's going to go the other way as well. As Miracle finding a couple too many hooks the last few games, so Loyal gonna pick that Braum to make sure that even if the hook lands, there's not too much follow-up. And I like the Braum pick here coming up from Western. It can deny a lot of damage here from the Saints, but that's gonna give Saints a lot more room to work with, as they're gonna be the ones with the aggression.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good going into this right now. They're being very aggressive, taking a lot of ground here, forcing this Aphelios to just hide under tower and farm. They're going to delay it just barely, so he has to peek out from under tower.
Pretty simple trades going on. Maddie is going to be pathing bot, but Sejuani is pathing top. First time this game, we're really going to see the junglers on opposite sides of the map, as Ricky is getting pushed in by the Renekton, only sitting at 3 CS. It's going to be a huge wave for him to collect under his towers. They might be looking for a gank in the top lane. Let's see what the Sejuani and the Renekton can do against the Gragas. He has the flash up, but won't be able to find it, and there goes first blood over. Unfortunately, we weren't able to spot that out, but the kill goes over to Western as they get an early lead on that Gragas, and he's going to lose a lot of minions up there.
He's going to lose so much minions, and that's going to be pretty rough. Now Ricky getting a nice big push up here. Renekton not doing anything to challenge this.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton did everything he wanted. He got the wave in, got the kill, forced the TP out. Now Renekton can just run back to lane. It's a great start for Renekton. Ricky only has Refova pots on that back, so that's a huge play in the top lane. Ricky kind of getting targeted by this jungler from Western University, but now Saints gonna look to go for the counter swing here in the ball lane. Will Miracle just flash on this? Yes, he will. He just flashes on the Aphelios, and now Saints looking to get the follow-up, but the flash going to be held here by the Aphelios on 1 HP still. Saints now have to be careful here not to overextend. The fact that Aphelios didn't flash there on 1 HP shows how well he knows his limits. Maddie also couldn't find the flash auto anytime there, so the counter swing goes pretty well for the Saints. They force the back from the Aphelios, but looks like actually the Aphelios stays here because they know the Saints are on vision. The Sejuani is going to come down here as well, but Maddie's on vision as well. This is looking a bit interesting here for the Saints as this Aphelios still sitting on 1 HP. Has to be extremely cautious, has the flash, but it looks like Saints gonna try and stop Western from getting the push in. The Sejuani just sitting in lane here and hitting, but it's just a 3v3 down in the ball lane. Let's see if Miracle can find any big hook to start this one off. It looks like Western will finally get the push in. They got the level up, so the play is salvaged by the Sejuani, and Sejuani's just everywhere on the map, makes the play top, makes the play bot, kind of keeping Western in this game so far.
So Sejuani doing an amazing job jungle this game, and I believe the game that they did end up winning, there was a Sejuani jungle that time. So looking to repeat their victories once again, but it'll be tough to do so nonetheless. So they only have 1 kill, still doing amazing at putting pressure on everybody, but this is not a landslide lead that they want to have just yet.
And Sejuani's going to be in the bot lane to cover yet again alongside the Ahri, who's level 6. Saints need to know this is happening. Nobody's calling out that the Ahri's missing in the mid lane. Now they're going to see it finally, but Rockboom is going to get hit by the slow, and he should be going down in just a second here. They're going to be able to pick up Miracle as well, as it's all the members falling for the Saints. Up in the top lane, however, Ricky was able to find the kill onto that Renekton. It's just very surprising. They have their Wukong up in the top lane, the Saints do, and they still walk up to that lane, not knowing where any mid laner or jungler is. I think a bit of a misplay from them down in the ball lane, but still, Maddie gonna be able to get the couple grubs here at least. Ricky gonna get an important kill from top, as maybe Saints now have focused their center around the top lane more than the ball lane.
Yeah, this is looking to be maybe more top lane centered game. We haven't quite seen one just yet, so it's bound to happen sometime soon here. Atlas has the Sejuani ult charged in the bank. They have all 3 Void Grubs, I believe, on the board right now. For St. Clair, it's going to put themselves in a good position here. Meanwhile, Dragon not being started by Sejuani, but I have a feeling Wukong is going to want to take this Dragon relatively early.
Yeah, this Sejuani is definitely playing for her team a little bit more, whereas Maddie's gotten a bit of a CS advantage. You can see down there, Rockboom gonna take a 1v2 trade, a very bad trade for him, but if they can just push this next wave in and get a back off, it's gonna be in a very good spot. I don't think the Western are gonna allow that to happen though. You can see Sejuani instantly rotating back down towards this bot side as Maddie is still up top, as Rockboom's gonna be trying to get this wave in so bad. Let's see if he's just a little bit too greedy here. The Sejuani's gonna be back in this lane, doesn't have the ultimate, so Miracle might just have to pay the price for the aggression there coming out, but yet again a beautiful gank coming out from Western as Lynx picks up his their second kill of the game.
Yeah, picking up their second kill. This is looking like it might go to game 5 at this rate, as Western University is doing an absolutely amazing job on the attack right now. We shall see if St. Clair will have their St. Clair clutch moment once again, but it's looking farther and farther away. They do have the objective. That's something that we haven't seen before. Usually the team in the lead would have the objective lead. This time, a little bit of a role reversal. Enough farming and enough careful planning, the Saints might be able to bring this one back, especially if they can take this Drake.
Yeah, forcing up this Mountain Drake would be massive for them. That extra tankiness is used on basically all their members except really Rockboom. Salas is going to be a tanky person, so will that Wukong, and Gragas obviously going to be a very, very big boy as well. So a great dragon play from them, even though they are down a couple K gold very, very early on. This time it's going to be Western University's bot lane who's going to be trying to lead them to victory. Saints have the call on the Lucian, are going to be playing a bit of the long game as Ricky kind of has to be careful here up in this top side. Sejuani might be going for a gank, is on the pink ward. Ricky has 0 mana, so he has to get out here. Will they use the Sejuani ult here? The stun's gonna come through, the double stun's gonna come through, and this is gonna be a very, very easy kill. You could see this Sejuani is just on top of the game, finding every single situation as Saints are just getting outplayed completely by the jungler.
Yeah, the Saints are just not having a great time right now. And just as I said, I was a Wukong believer. Wukong is not performing to the same state as the Sejuani is right now. And right in bot lane as well, things aren't going well. There's nothing going well anywhere on the map for the Saints. But once again, I have to iterate. While this Sejuani is getting a lot of kills, opening up a lot of doors for these laners, Wukong, Maddie is getting these objectives uncontested. So I think the Saints have to play for the long game right now.
Yeah, unless they can force a 5v5 sometime within the next like 45 seconds. Once Aphelios gets that flashback up, getting on top of her, it's going to be just that much harder. So Bakery Boy going to go for an engage here, but just can't seem to find the chains here onto Mira. We'll just get out, get the wave in, see if he can find anything else. How many dashes that Salas has? That's crazy. He can just dash out using the Ahri ult, using his own dashes. They're gonna maybe look for a play towards mid here. Mira though does have the flash up, so they can't go too aggressive. As Sejuani is gonna be here. Maddie comes out of Invis. It does not use the ultimate just yet. Mira forced to ult early. Crackdown's gonna help him push out that wave as a nice little force there from the Saints, force out the Ahri ultimate. Let's see if they want to go into Sejuani. It looks like Maddie wants to do so, but the Sejuani is so tanky already. They don't really have the damage to burst through that champion there.
Yeah, that Sejuani is going to be a problem all throughout this match. They're just so fatigued a little bit too early into the game for the Saints to contest it. Right now up here, we're fighting over the grubs once again. If the Saints can get all 6 grubs, I think they will have a fighting shot in this game, but if they cannot manage to do this, this is going to be a very long and difficult match for them.
And Western are moving over their whole team. Aphelios coming as well. I think Maddie needs to get this grub and just get out of alive because Rockboom isn't going to be in this fight, but Saints willing to take the 4v5. Can they one-shot the Sejuani? Looks like they're doing to do so. The flash comes out from both those members, but now it's going to be looking so rough for the Saints as they are down members. I don't know if the 4v5 is the fight they want to take here. They do force the whole team top. They didn't get to that 5th grub, however, so that's the kind of the big one. If you can get the 5th one, you could just leave the 6th one be, but they decided to turn on the Sejuani. Sejuani just flashed away, and she's so tanky, you can't kill her. That's a great fight again for Western Saints, just making some crucial macro mistakes here in the early game.
For sure, making a very messy early game, and we have yet to see a comeback from either side. Usually, once a lead has been taken in this game, they carry it all the way to the end. Of course, that's what would happen between both of these very strong teams, but this is almost forcing the Saints into a comeback scenario. Sure, they have the advantage in grubs, but not by enough to matter all too much. I think they wanted to get all 6 there, took the fight, forced the fight, couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, couldn't do it. 4v5 fight without your ADC just seems like a death sentence, but I guess on the flip side, it let Rockboom farm up a couple of waves in the balling. Yes, they sacrificed a couple members there for that, but I guess you kind of need your Lucian to have a bit of gold. Now Aphelios has the Kraken Slayer. You could see Ahri has a Malignance as well, and Renekton has the Eclipse. So, all Western Universities so far in this game are up 3k gold in just 12 minutes.
Yeah, 3K gold. It's not looking like this is going to go the Saints' way so far. But we've seen crazier combats, we've seen crazier things happen. There's still more opportunities down the pipeline for them to switch things up. But those opportunities are going to be few and far between. I think their win condition right now is getting every dragon. If they can get Soul, they might be able to get themselves back in the game. But this is going to be a long game if St. Clair wants to try and win this.
I have a feeling the Saints might want to fight this next dragon, just from I don't know why. I just have a feeling they might. They completely should not. They should give this one over. But Miracle is gonna spot everyone. And Rockboom is as good as dead. What can you do here? The TP's come through. He's gonna get knocked up and completely one shot. That's a great start to the fight. Bakery Boy is back in his ultimate. Is gonna try and get a pick back onto that Sejuani, but just can't fight the shutdown. If he got that one back, would have maybe been winnable for the Saints in the long run, but now it's a complete tragedy. Rockboom just can't do anything. Maddie is gonna dodge the charm, gets a Q through, and actually gonna go pull the trigger here, but where is your damage? Miracle gonna drop as well. Maddie's gonna go for the flash. The cast comes out from Ricky. Can they find the Aphelios? Yes, they do. So a couple trades back for the Saints. Bakery Boy looking to kill the Ahri. Does he have the chains? Flashes out, so at the end of the day, it's not even that bad for the Saints. If they're gonna start up the Dragon, if they get the second one to go their way, maybe it could be a way to crawl their way back into the game.
But the person they're gonna have to end up fighting on such low health is Sejuani. But Sejuani actually not gonna just straight up ignore this. I think didn't expect the gall of the Saints to start up that Dragon after a fight like that. And now it's gonna be Infernal Soul, and the Saints are teed up to maybe take that one if they can keep getting these dragons like that.
Yeah, without a doubt, Ricky's going to give up all of top lane. Obviously, Renekton didn't have top lane in that play. That's the only reason why Saints were able to find some success. They also got a Aphelios flash, so that's going to be up around the next dragon timer, 5 minutes on each of those. So that's kind of the most crucial cooldown they got in that whole fight. Ricky is going to almost have his flash up. It's all going to be up at around the same time, but if Saints can find the Aphelios out of position in any of these random skirmishes that have been going on this whole series, could be a crucial shutdown going over to them.
But Sejuani is going to defeat the Rift Herald up there in the river, and now this is going to be the first objective the Saints have completely missed out on. Not even contesting that one. It's going to give a lot of gold over to Western University, but at this point, they're so far ahead in gold, I don't think the Saints are going to catch up anytime soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before there's even a team fight. Or in theory, not really too much to fight over, just farm out the ways. Rockboom getting hit by every single Q from this Aphelios, losing half his HP for practically no reason. It's going to be forced to back up maybe here and back. Yeah, that's good laning there from Lynx, finding just 2 Qs. Chunked out Rockboom so hard. There's going to be an ult forced out by Mira as Ricky looked for the solo kill on Ahri. He was not able to find it, but still decent trade of ults. I don't think there should be any fighting time soon. Bakery Boy, very, very dangerous position here. Has to be careful not to get one shot here by Sejuani. Will just use the stun on the Sejuani and come back to his tower and defend it.
Yeah, he just has to keep using these stuns and try and slow this one down. But right now, it's looking like Western University is just dominant on the field. The Saints definitely need to drag this one out long enough that they can confirm Soul, and even then, they will have a major advantage, but I don't know if it will guarantee them the win.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough. They're behind on XP basically everywhere except for Maddie, who's doing a great job of keeping himself in the game. He's playing for himself a little bit, which is not a bad thing to do on Wukong. You have a lot of damage, obviously, with that Trinity Force. Rockboom kind of struggling here, but does have the Kraken Slayer to match up with the Aphelios. Ahri does have Malignant. Bakery Boy still somehow doesn't have his first item, actually, which is very, very important, but I think he should get it on this back here after this one last wave, as now is going to be the best time to fight for the Saints. They have all their power spikes, they have all their first items. Should be looking to get out here unless Bakery Boy dies 1v1 to the Renekton. That's going on in the top lane. Renekton uses his ultimate. Unfortunately, we can't see what's going on up there, but Bakery Boy has to be careful, taken down to half HP. Can he continue to run away? Maybe bait, as finally we get to see what's going on up here. Bakery Boy could look for the reverse chains here. Nice little overcommit here though from the Renekton. Way too aggressive. Miracle in the right place at the right time. We'll pick that one up. Not too sure why Dr. Calculus thought getting that kill was that crucial that he even flashed for it, uses ultimate, but now he won't have his flash for the next dragon. This gives Rockboom a lot of breathing space to work with.
It's a lot of breathing space, like you said. Now, this is looking interesting. I'm curious to see how the Saints will continue to play as they're keeping themselves in this, but they're really not going for any game-changing plays just yet. They're not taking any gambles, just playing this very typically. And now you can tell Western doesn't want to give up another Drake after losing 2 in a row to the Saints. They don't even want the Saints to be in a position to be able to take this next Drake, as we're just a minute away and they're already lining up in this river.
As it stands right now, Rockboom is actually ahead on his items compared to the Aphelios. He has a BF sword over the pickaxe, so yes, the Aphelios has the gold lead, but look, the Aphelios trying to back, won't be able to back his Miracle. Instantly going to start up this fight. Can they burn down the Braum here? They're going to use everything on him, and that's going to be an opening pick. The Braum's going to be back up for the Dragon, however, so maybe a bit of an overcommit on just the support using 3 ultimates. I don't know if that's the play here, but this Aphelios walking up way too far. Ricky going to find the flash. E onto that one. Miracle finds the root. Do they have the damage to take down the Aphelios? No, they don't, but the re-engage from Ricky is huge. He finds the E onto a couple. That culling is massive as well. Saints game themselves back into the game. Rockboom going to take a couple tower shots, but will find a couple kills for themselves. The Saints gonna move over to the Dragon, gonna put themselves on Soul Point, and they've just flipped this game around in the matter of 1 minute.
If they can take this Drake, I will say without a doubt they have flipped the game in their favor, but it's still going to be a tough fight. A few of them are very low health, but I don't think any contestation is going to come out from Western University. There it is. They're on Soul Point. They're 1 kill away from moving up the scoreline, and just in 1 clean fight, they flipped the entire script of this game around.
And I think Ricky needs to get a lot of praise for that fight. Found the opening pick on the Braum and then hit a huge 2-man E, then Rockboom. Beautiful mechanics from him on the culling, then followed up, found the shutdown on Sejuani. Now he's going to be ahead of gold on this Aphelios, has an Ivori Quick Blades. You can see Bakery Boy picked up that Lich Bane. Ricky working on his second item, but Saints now are back in it. Rockboom definitely going to be the carry here, has a lot of damage unlocked now with this Navori. The Braum steals away the Scuttle Crab as Rockboom just can't get the last hit there. That's going to be a bit of a tilter actually with the Baron up, the fact that Western have the vision on it, but they're kind of just going to waste this Rift Herald in mid lane as it's not going to get a crash.
Yeah, they're going to focus all the Saints here in this mid lane. Gives them some info, but nonetheless, I think they'd stick together nonetheless. Bakery Boy getting the Ahri, I think, up there in the top lane.
Ball lane, yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right, the bot lane. The kill goes through.
And they're going to start up the Baron off that. Bakery Boy has the TP, so it's going to be a turn. I don't think they do this so slowly with the champs that they have. So let's see if Bakery Boy can find the big teleport into the backline. There it is, Ricky looking for the Aphelios, but messes up the ultimate a little bit. Still, Bakery Boy going to be forcing that Aphelios, zoning him out. Nice fight from the Saints. They should be able to find a couple of picks. Aphelios, huge ultimate onto the whole team, but can't find any kills. Saints, low health bars here still. Going to be starting up the Baron. Let's see if they can find the turn. All they need is 1 hook, and the target will fall down. Renekton ult picked up by Bakery Boy. Should look for a hook here. Miracle, can he find it? Onto the Aphelios, finds the ultimate. The follow through is here. It's only Renekton. The 1v5 should be going down. Beautiful team play from the Saints. They're going to take the fight. They're going to take the Baron, and they're going to look to march on and take the series.
And after a very rough game, the Saints have flipped it all around in their favor. I mean, look at this. Baron, Soul Point, and now they're up in kills off of just 1 team fight. Western University has to be feeling like kicking themselves for even taking that team fight mid. They didn't have to. It was a very risky play, and the Saints made full utilization of that little error.
Rockboom forced to cleanse the charms in the middle lane. Gonna be a pretty interesting pretty important utility to get out for the side of Western. Now they can get on top of him a little bit easier. But look at the 2 item spikes coming out for the Saints. Cosmic Drive on the Gragas alongside that Dark Seal and the Rod. He's going to be doing so much damage. Black Cleaver picked up for Maddie. Bakery Boy getting that Proto Belt as a Rock Boom picking up the last Whisper. So much damage now coming through for the Saints. But Aphelios does have that Infinity Edge. It's going to be all on Lynx here. The rest of his team having a very, very rough go at this game. That Ari is down 2 whole levels. The Renekton's down 2 levels as well. Maddie's up 3 levels on Sejuani. So the early game struggles did not translate into the middle and later parts of this game. A minute 43 till Soul Point is there, and that might be the last fight of the game.
All good. This is looking to be not all good for the side of Western University right now, as they can't really find any way to engage the Saints without losing at least 1 or 2 members right now. The Saints are just looking very vicious here. They're guarding this lower jungle as they know they want this Infernal Soul. As soon as they get that, they will never catch up in damage.
Maddie steals away the red buff. This is an opportunity for the Saints. Look at the huge engage from Maddie. Ricky is just going to be on top of that. Aphelios can Miracle find an auto attack on that one. Rock Boom does fall, but the rest of the Western team should be dropping sometime soon. Double kill for Ricky here on the Dragons. Finds the EQ, but actually it looks like Western University are going to be winning this one. Saints might have over-aggressed there with the Baron, trying to force a fight in the jungle for some reason out of all places. When they have the minions buffed up, instead of taking the turrets and taking it slow, they get too greedy. They go for the team fight and they just drop like flies.
And now it's going to be a mad dash for this last dragon. It'll be up as soon as a few of these Saints are up, but there's only going to be 10 seconds to make the dash all the way there before it's up. And now, as we look over here to the top lane, this Renekton going to be cruising on through with nobody to stop him.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Same with the bot lane. Ari going to be destroying these towers. What an amazing fight for Western. They even the game up completely, if not putting themselves into a slight lead after that big fight.
They're definitely putting themselves in a great position to win here. Renekton got a full item off of that team fight. He has the Spear of Shojin now, so Ricky has that teleport on the Gragas. He's going to be the one to look out for here. No flash on this Aphelios just yet, so if he can find that engage on that Aphelios, a good ultimate where Rock Boom and Bakery Boy and Maddie can follow up. That's going to be the play. Look at the TP coming out from Ricky all the way behind as Mira is in a beautiful position. The flash charm hits Rock Boom. Rock Boom has to get out, gets the culling off, and one shots the Ari. The ult comes out from Ricky onto the Aphelios. They're able to find the Aphelios. That should be all she wrote. They're able to pick up the 3rd, pick up the 4th. The Soul's going to go over to the Saints. They're going to find a triple kill for Rock Boom. Won't be able to end the game just yet, but a beautiful team fight from them to win that one.
They've put themselves in a position where if they can just play their cards, if they just play some good, clean league, they should be able to eke out this win in the end. They just have to do it within 6 minutes or so. Then you have to play for Elder Dragon.
I don't think we're going to get to that stage with Baron spawning up in 2 minutes. It's going to be a kind of a last stand from Western Saints. Getting that soul is just so crucial for them. As they're going to back up here, try and get some vision around that Baron, and I think in about 2 minutes, we might see the last fight of the game.
Potentially. We will see that fight over Baron. But it is still 2 minutes off. I'm interested to see what Western is going to do to position themselves for this fight. I think they're going to go in, try and ward it up, get as much vision as they can, and then just hope that they will be able to take on the Saints in a more advantageous position.
It's going to be hard to do so, though, because Saints just so far ahead now. Level advantages across the board are insane. It's only Rock Boom and Lynx who are tied up. Everywhere else, Saints have a 2-level advantage. So if they can find a hook here and there, Sejuani in this bush has to be careful. If they put a ward down there and hook him, oh my goodness, great reaction timing there from Jackson, though, will stay alive. That would have been a nice pick for the Saints. Wouldn't have led to too much, but it would have been a nice kill to kind of stop the warding coming out from Sejuani. It looks like Western have a couple wards inside of that Baron area. Saints not doing too much to clear it out. Actually going to opt to take this tier 2 tower right now with that back coming out from Sejuani. So a bit more gold in their pocket. Can they back for any important items here? I don't think they're on those spikes just yet. But Renekton up in the ball lane, fighting up against the Bakery Boy. I think Bakery Boy wins that one Maybe not at this exact point, actually. 3 items on the Renekton. Might be able to take that one with the Merc Treads. So Bakery Boy just needs to stay alive here, push out these waves, and wait for a TP angle in this Baron fight, which is starting up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is looking to be a very explosive final fight for Western University's series lives here. Maddie can move back over. You can feel the tension on both these teams. You feel the jitters on both sides here. Both people want this Baron. They're itching for it, and they're getting into position here. But it looks like they're going to have to back off. I think they want the Saints to fight them a little bit too aggressively. They know the Saints sometimes go for those crazy hooks, but the Saints should know better. Play a little bit safer play near this Baron.
Yeah, they've cleared out basically all the vision. There's one flank ward, though, that did survive for Western. For Nectar and Ari wants to TP back there. That's going to be a very, very dangerous ward to go on. But still, now vision all for St. Clair. Western a bit in the dark here in their own jungle. They do get a pink ward down. The Saints waiting a little bit to start up this Baron. Bakery Boy 1v1ing the Renekton down the ball lane, just buying a bit of time as neither of them can really TP, but now you can see Bakery Boy backs up just to be able to get that TP off, so Renekton can't really stop, and the Baron start comes to Renekton, is starting to walk over there. Let's see where the TPs come through. There's the TP on that ward that I was talking about, the reverse TP from Bakery Boy right in the middle of the whole team. He does have an Hourglass if he needs it, does tank up an ultimate or two there from the Saints as Maddie finds a huge engage. Can they find the Aphelios? The Nautilus ult hits, huge bomba as well, but nobody's dying. They're able to take down the Braum. This Aphelios is free hitting though. They're going to be taken down to 1 HP. Can they find the trades? Everyone's on 1 HP. Saints looking to find the rundown. They're able to find the Aphelios. They find the Sejuani as well as Rockboom will find the final kill of the game. They're going to walk over to the ball lane. That's going to be the end of the game as Saints in 4 games are able to wrap it up. They take down Western and they're going to be victorious.
But they did not get out of that fight unscathed. It's just a Rockboom and a Ricky here to seal the deal. But you're right, Theo. This is going to be the end of Western University's run right here. Sure, Loyal might come back up to stall this out just a little bit further, but this is nonetheless going to go over to St. Clair. One turret goes down. Loyal comes out, living up to his name, trying to be loyal to the very end, saving the Nexus, but they're going to just straight up ignore this support and just hammer in on this Nexus. Will they get it in time?
No, they won't.
Will they? It's just 2 shots away. No way. We're still in this, Theo. It's not over yet.
And now Western might try and wake their way over to the Baron. Bakery Boy doesn't have the teleport, so this should be a free Baron, realistically speaking, for Western, but there's so much pressure all around the map that maybe Saints might look for a backdoor still. The Aphelios and the Renekton can duo this Baron on their lonesome. The Aphelios gonna one-shot this one, and just like that, Saints getting a bit too excited. They're trying to end the game, don't have the damage. Gonna be a Baron star for them here, but look, Saints are just running it down mid lane. They have to take this Baron down quickly, and they will do so. They should be able to get the backs. The Saints have to be careful now not to go too aggressive into enemy spawn. Western put themselves in a position to maybe bring this game back, and with Elder buff spawning in 30 seconds and the Baron buff on the side of Western, this game just got very, very crazy.
Yeah, this game is looking very crazy. The best bet the Saints could have for a guaranteed win is a backdoor, but that is still a gamble in and of itself right now. They want this Elder Dragon, but with Western University coming at them with the Baron buff, it is looking to be a very dicey fight. It's Soul versus Baron.
Yeah, Soul definitely gonna have the upper hand, but the Baron should give them some lane advantage. But as I say that, bot lane's getting pushed in, top lane's getting pushed in. St. Clair could even look to just not fight the dragon, get the waves in and look for the end. But it looks like Western are going to be contesting them on this mid wave still. A 3k gold lead, which is not too much in this late game. This Aphelios has to stay alive here, but has no flash. Ricky is going to look for that cask on that Aphelios for sure. Look at Bakery Boy, by the way, in the ball lane. He's going to win the game. They need to get back immediately, and they do so. They send all members to back as Bakery Boy is kind of suiciding for this. Now the Elder Dragon is going to get complete one-shot. Bakery Boy surely can't end the game, but there's Elder Buff, and he's able to get it with the Ari ultimate. Bakery Boy finds the 1v2 end against all odds. The St. Clair College take the series 3-1 over Western.
And what a showing that was. They managed to win it out against all odds right there. Holy moly. I cannot believe. What an amazing game to end it on. That was down to the wire.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game. Such close game. We thought the game's over. The game's randomly not over, but the backdoor there from Bakery Boy, just having that open nexus makes the game so much easier, and Saints are going to take it there. That was an exciting game. We had an exciting day today. Let's take a quick recap of what went down today.
Of course, first we had our Overwatch match against the University of Hawaii, and that was a win for Saints. I think that was a 2-0 win for the Saints. And then we'll just go in order of game. Then we had our second Overwatch match a little bit later in the day, and that was a 2-1 comeback for the Saints, and props to them. That was an amazing thing to watch.
Yeah, Converse, a very strong team, but our Saints came back with a 2-1 victory. Going to be riding that 6-0 wave high, so a good day for them. But next we had Valorant. Let's talk about Valorant since we haven't seen it in a while here. Our Saints were able to take the 2-0 over Conestoga, but very, very close. First map, second map, not the same thing there. So congratulations to our Val team. And last but not least, we just had our League of Legends series.
Exactly, and I've just been informed that that was the grand finals for the cLoL East. So congratulations, St. Clair College. You have won, and what a way to win it as well. That was amazing to see. I can't believe. Couldn't have a better showcase for League of Legends. It was just a joy to watch all around.
Yeah, congratulations to our players today. They all played well, got the victories, and took the victories home.
Yeah, and it's been a long day today. It's been fun. It's been full of games. But now we're going to be winding down here. We're going to go enjoy the soccer fest as the soccer leaves blow behind us here. It's still open to 10. If you're a local, you can come on by if you still want to. But nonetheless, we have more streams on the way. The next stream we're going to be having tomorrow is going to be a Pokemon Premier Challenge. So if you like VGC, you can come on down, see that. You can play, or you can tune in on this stream. But nonetheless, we're going to be closing things out right here. Thank you to everybody in the back. That's going to be Mr. Danners, Gabriel, Ari, Amanda, and you, Theo, for joining me up here on the desk. But with all that said, we're also going to thank our sponsors, Tim Hortons, Subway, HyperX, St. Clair SRC, and the St. Clair College Alumni Association. Thank you, everybody, for joining me here in this stream, and we'll see you soon. Have a good night, everybody.